councillors. Good morning, guests in the gallery. Good morning, officials. Can we remain standing for a moment of silence, meditation, prayer? Thank you, colleagues.
Good morning, everyone. It is hereby notified that the 52nd Extraordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Wednesday, the 22nd of July, 2026 at 10 a.m. at the Constant Konipapela Council Chamber in Braamfontein. And the first item on the agenda is opening.
Thank you once again, STC, and once again, good morning to everybody. To the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Cllr Morero, Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loyiso Masuku, Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, to the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Vohani Marema, all political party leaders in the Chamber and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, to the City Manager, Dr. Floyd Brink, to the Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Gobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media present, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 52nd Extraordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. Councillors, at this point, I will allow 10 minutes for the number of councillors present in the chamber to be counted and verification of the number of councillors who have signed the register so as to confirm the quorum of this meeting. And could I plead and ask that those of us that are seated remain seated so that we can be counted, so that we are able to reach our quorum if there is a quorum. Thank you so much. 10 minutes, we'll be back at 10:13. It's 10:03 now. Councillors, within the 10 minutes, we counted. And in the 10 minutes counting, we had 85 in the chamber and 96 that signed. Now we have a problem because some of you have moved in after the 10 minutes. So we are recounting and we are allowed for another 20 minutes. No, not her. We are saying to you, be seated. S-E-A-T-E-D. Be seated so that we are able to count you. I've got 10 of those, Councillor Shay. I've got 10 grandchildren with 10 of those. So I use it every day. So councillors, please, can you be seated at your seat? Thank you. I'm not sure, the councillor from EFF that's facing me, can you be seated? The councillor from Action SA with a blue jacket, can you be seated? Councillor at the back here on my right. Can I ask that we are seated? Unless okay, colleagues, we have on the register 158. And then inside, we have 139. And I'm asking the Chief Whip to assist us with people that are outside whilst the meeting is on. We cannot have that people are outside. There's about 19 people outside, and it can't be correct. And you have people in the gallery that's looking down upon us, and we are behaving in this manner. Thank you so much. STC? Yeah, we have a quorum, so we are good to go. Can I ask those councillors at the back to be seated?
We now proceed to applications for leave of absence.
The written leave of absence that we have received from different political parties, Councillor F. Abdul, family issues, Councillor Ahmed is on council business but will arrive late. That's MMC Ahmed. Councillor N. Konkobe, political party business. Councillor M. Koma, political party business. Councillor J. Ngwenya, ill health. Councillor, how do I pronounce this? Ntoela, late arrival. I've seen Councillor Mohapi here. Oh, she's asking to leave at 12. And Councillor P. Smith, ill health. Do we have any other apologies, councillors? Okay, Councillor Masera is number 1. Number 2 would be Councillor Makuba. Number 3 would be Councillor Zigebe. Number 4 would be Councillor Mokome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 would be Chair Ndlela. 6 would be Councillor Samonse. 7 would be Councillor Dalanga. 8 and last one would be Councillor Munyan. Oh, and 9 would be Councillor Mkonza. Thank you so much. In that order.
Good morning, Speaker and the colleagues. Speaker, with your indulgence, I've got a very long list of LOS here. If you don't mind, I could forward this to your office. Is that fine?
Yeah, I think that's better, but we also know that we must send written apologies 24 hours before we start the meeting. So please send the list to us. Thank you so much. Next, number 2.
Good morning, Speaker. For the IFP, Councillor Nyembe is asking to leave at 1 for a doctor's appointment, and the IFP caucus will leave at 3:30 for party work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Makuba. Number 3.
Good morning, Speaker. Councillor Gwamanda, family responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor 4. Number 4.
Good morning, Speaker. I'd like to be excused if we are not done by 17 hours.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Speaker. On the ANC caucus, we have Councillor Mohau, MMC Mnisi, Councillor Simelane, Councillor Difu, Councillor Chisanga, Councillor Mlifi, Simon, and Councillor Lebu to arrive late, and Councillor Mbengwa and Councillor Mazibugwana are out of the province. To leave early is Councillor Libya is requesting to leave at 3 if you are not done. Councillor Ndo is requesting to leave at 14 hours due to health. MMC Masugu to leave at 14:30. Councillor Maswazi and Councillor Tsotezi due to ill health, they are not here. And Councillor Mpawo due to family bereavement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next person, Councillor Mpolobosho, you're going to wait until we've done everybody. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. For the Patriotic Alliance, MMC Konene, leave of absence for council business. Councillor Caldine has got a family bereavement. Councillor Dwayne Ponsonby and Councillor Paul McQueen, I would like to leave at 3:30 if you are not done. Thank you.
Next, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the VF Plus side, Councillor Paul Smith is recovering in hospital from an operation he had on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange. We have a written apology from Councillor Smith, but thank you so much updating us.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you. From Action SA, we have the following LOAs. Councillor Mohale, sick. Councillor Nkomo, sick. Councillor Mokoka, sick. Councillor Tulu, sick. Councillor Mabelebele, family responsibility. Councillor Zwane, party business. Councillor Motsoha, party business. Councillor Whistler, late arrival. Councillor Masuku, late arrival. Early departure after lunch. It will be Councillor Marcel and Councillor Twide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's no lunch today, Councillor. Next, Councillor, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and shalom. Councillor Harris will be delayed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's have the brainwave, Councillor Mpolobosho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm asking to be excused around 15 hours for private business. Thank you.
Someone said I missed someone. I think I had all of them. I had everybody. Thank you, colleagues. Are these leave of absence, do we agree to them? Okay, thank you so much.
We now proceed to recommendations to Council.
Executive Mayor.
Thanks, Speaker, and good morning once more. Good morning to the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Adolphe Marema, and all councillors. I stand here to table recommendations to Council for Council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Chair of Chairs.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Executive Mayor and the collective, Chief Whip of Council, councillors of the African National Congress and all other councillors. I rise to table the legislature's report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chairs. Deputy Executive Mayor.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Whip of Council, fellow MMCs, Chair of Chairs, and all councillors and leaders of political parties. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Executive, we would like to request that we please elevate item 39, item 40, item 41. We further would like to request that the meeting goes in committee.
Okay, we will elevate them, and then once they are tabled, you will then ask us to give you an in-committee, Deputy Executive Mayor. Thank you so much. So we are going to start off with items 39, items 40, and items 41. And, yeah, okay.
Starting off with the elevated items, item 39 is the report to seek council approval to refer 13 alleged acts of financial misconduct to the disciplinary board for preliminary investigations in accordance with the disciplinary board terms of reference and MFMA regulations on financial misconduct. And item 40 is a report of the disciplinary board on the outcomes of the 12 preliminary investigations into alleged incident of financial misconduct in terms of regulation 5 subsection 4C, and to recommend full investigations. And lastly, item 41 is the report of the disciplinary board on the outcomes of the full investigation of alleged acts of financial misconduct and recommendations for the institution of disciplinary action as applicable.
Deputy Executive Mayor, you can now ask us how you want it to be done.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We hereby request the meeting to go in committee.
Thank you so much. Can we have the screens off? Can we have those and people up there in the gallery? Can you give us our privacy as a council? Can I have the media to switch off your cameras? Live stream off, please. All cameras, these cameras that are standing up there, please kill them.
done. I'm just asking if we're still in line, if it won't jeopardize the process. Thank you.
Okay, I'm advised that we need to read the recommendations as they are. Thank you. You can continue.
Then recommendation 4.2 is the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That's an MTN contract, unutilized SIM cards. So it is recommended that A, Council notes the summary of the outcomes of the investigation. B, Council approves all recommendations made by the investigators and disciplinary board. C, Council authorizes the city manager to implement the recommendations as it relates to Mr. Nezula's and report back to Council on the action taken within 21 business days or by the next ordinary Council meeting. Recommendation 4.3 is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That's the construction of the Protea Glen Fire Station. So it is recommended that Council notes the summary of the findings. B, Council approves all recommendations made by the investigators and disciplinary board. C, Council officially considers closure of the matter as the board is satisfied that the required disciplinary action has already been taken on the part of the implicated officials who were subsequently dismissed from the employ of the city, and also that material irregularities as raised by the AGSA has been addressed. D, Council further notes that there is pending litigations against the external project consultant. Recommendation 4.4, that fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that sales penalties due to failure withhold income tax, and it is recommended that A, the Council notes the summary of the matter. B, Council affords the disciplinary board to probe the matter further with investigators for reasubmission at the subsequent ordinary Council meeting, as the current recommendations do not sufficiently and adequately address the aspect of consequence management as it relates to fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred. Recommendation 4.5, that fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is on unutilized SAP licenses. So it is recommended that Council notes the summary of the matter, that Council approves all recommendations made by the investigators and disciplinary board. C, that Council notes the SAP entered into a settlement agreement facilitated by NPA with an agreed payout of 228,380,307.26 cents. That was honored and paid to COJ in relation to the unused licenses, which resulted in a significant portion of the financial exposure being recovered and returned to the City of Johannesburg. Recommendation 4.6 is an irregular expenditure, which refers to security services panel tender, and it is recommended that Council notes the summary of the outcomes of the investigation, that B, Council approves the recommendations made by the investigators and disciplinary board, and C, that Council authorize the city manager to 1, write formal correspondence to Special Investigating Unit to issue a formal report or a status update on the matter, that 2, to have access to the relevant records and evidence held by the SIU in respect of the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We have now read into record all the recommendations. So we are done with those items, 39, 40, and 41. We are now moving to our items as per the agenda. Thank you. STC.
We are now back on item 1, and that is the performance assessment report for the Development Planning Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. read together with item 2, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Development Agency for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, and both items are read together with item 3, which is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 third quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Development Planning Department and Johannesburg Development Agency for the period January to March 2026.
Thank you, colleagues. In the absence of the member in charge, Chair Cllr, who's going to give us the presentation of the item. It must be any member of the committee.
Councillor Ramafekeng.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker.
Please speak into the mic.
Okay. Greetings, Speaker.
Executive Mayor of City of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero, Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Masuku, Chair of Chair, Councillor Marema, Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Chauke, all councillors of City of Johannesburg, greetings. Speaker, I rise to table the performance oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2025-2026 third quarter performance reports of Development Planning and JDA. The department managed to achieve 13%, which 76% of the applicable 17 KPIs are in quarter 3. Service delivery challenges noted during the quarter included the exhausted budget for key projects such as the inner city walkable network and high quarter projects. The suspension of S56 fine by the municipal quarter team in January due to contractual issues with the service provider. The high vacancy rate, which has affected operational efficiency. Speaker, financial performance. By the end of quarter 3, the annual capex budget was 79.7 million and the expenditure was 46.5 million, which is 50%. OPEX expenditure budget, Speaker, was 336.8 million, which is 41% against the target 563.2 million. Speaker, the JDA achieved 84% of the 19 June KPI in quarter 3. By the end of the quarter, the entity has spent 89.3 million, which is 85% of the annual reports. Speaker, million capex budget. The JDA earned total revenue of 105.4 million and accurate total expenditure of...
Acting Chair, can you just hold on? Councillor Shay.
Speaker, I'm confused. Is the member not meant to be tabling the item instead of making a speech?
The member in charge has 4 minutes for tabling. Thank you. Carry on, member in charge.
Speaker, thank you. The JDA earned total revenue of 105.4 million and accurate total expenditure of 2.28 million. This resulted
in 50 seconds, ma'am.
Of 107.3 million. Speaker, service delivery challenges during quarter 3 included city cash flow issues, which often lead to the late payment of service providers and subsequently work work stops in the ground during
18 seconds left, Chair.
efficient budget allocated to the project, particularly those that have been introduced to the communities. The JDA funding model continue to constrain the financial sustainable of the entity.
Thank you, Chair. Your time is up. Councillor Sawai from Action SA.
Thank you so much. You call it correctly this time around, Madam Speaker. Kere madume motsamaiso wa mosebetsi, ke dumedise baahi ba toropo e kgolo ya Gauta. Basebetsi mmoho le nna basebetsi mmoho le nna haholo.
Just hold on, Councillor Sawai. Can you switch off your mic, Councillor Acting Chair? And Councillor Motala, please switch off your mic. Thank you, Councillor Sawai.
Kere madume motsamaisi wa mosebetsi, ke dumedise baahi ba toropo e kgolo ya Gauta. Basebetsi mmoho le nna haholo ba bohlale ba Botjhabela, the fabulous 44. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on items mentioned and allow me to stress a bit on the Johannesburg Development Agency. As Section SA, we believe that for the city to attract development and investment, JDA must be prioritized when coming to budget allocation and internal capacity. But sadly, at this moment, this is not the case. While we appreciate that a significant portion of the CAPEX budget was spent during this period under review, we are saying the financial constraints and cash flow problems at JDA remains a serious concern. It has caused immeasurable harm to SMMs and workers as invoices are not paid on time, and key service delivery projects could not be completed on time and are put on hold. Speaker, the city is in crisis, and without a doubt, it needs a decisive leader in the caliber of Herman Mashaba. He has done it before, and in a very short space of time, he left a mark in the city. And how I wish the 4th of November was tomorrow. As Section SA Speaker, we know this report, and we appeal to the city to review the financial and business model of the entity that will eventually ensure it achieves its objectives. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swag. Councillor Shay from the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Speaker, my DA colleagues who fight every day to see the city of Joburg shine again, and to the residents of Johannesburg, and of course to the class of 2026. Welcome to another lecture in the Johannesburg School of Governance, brought to you by the Democratic Alliance and approved by the President of South Africa. Today's lecture talks about teamwork. It's the glue that makes any city work, or the complete absence of that glue in Johannesburg. Today, we talk about silos because Johannesburg runs like a city whose departments and entities are in a quarantine ward. I brought this not to count KPIs. The department is already very good at counting KPIs. I brought this because I want to show you something simple. See this bead? It moves perfectly by itself, but it tells us nothing about what the rest of the count is doing. This is how the city is being governed right now. Individual beads, zero connections. The Constitution has a name for this. Speaker.
Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Rapadu. Councillor
I've got all
Rapadu.
day.
Councillor Rapadu.
Speaker, can we refer Councillor Rifado to ethics for ignoring you?
Councillor Rapadu, please. Councillor Shay, can you continue?
Speaker, Section 41 of the Constitution places a legal duty on every organ of state to cooperate with one another in mutual trust and good faith. It says they must assist and support one another. It says they must inform one another. It does not say when it suits your budget, or when your service provider feels like it, or after we have noted it in the next quarterly report. And yet, these two reports before us are a masterclass in silo governance. Look at the Johannesburg Development Agency's Q3 report. Revenue, 105.5 million. Operating costs before interest, 116 million. Interest expense, 96.7 million. 1,446% over budget. That's not a rounding error. That is 96.7 million rand of public money that should have built roads, parks, and clinics. Paid instead to the bank because the city of Johannesburg refuses to pay its own entity on time. This is not new. I stood here last year and raised the exact same issue. The committee noted it. Mitigation measures were requested. Here we are again. Same problem, bigger interest bill. The result is exactly what you would expect when one silo refuses to pay another. Contractors stop working, projects stall, the Krisani Sports Centre, Moyani Drive, Drizek Recreational Park, all suspended. 85% of the Jabulani TOD Malapa Bridge complete and stopped. You do not build 85% of a bridge and then stop because of an internal payment dispute. That is not cash flow management, that is governance malpractice. The Development Planning Department set a target to refer building environment contraventions to the municipal court. Case would refer to this quarter? $0. Law. Why? Because the electronic system JMPD uses to capture and process Section 56 fines has been broken since January due to a contract dispute with the service provider. A different department, a different silo. Development planning cannot enforce its own bylaws because another department system is down. And so illegal structures stand. And so buildings that kill people remain. And the department reports dependency on another entity as if this is an acceptable answer. Section 41 does not recognize dependency as a defense. It demands cooperation. The building plan archives, the entire recorded history of the city's built environment, remained physically trapped in the Metro Centre basement. Development planning is responsible for the content. JPC owns the building. GRCT controls the IT. 3 entities, 1 archive, 0 accountability. But Speaker, let's be honest. The residents of the city do not care about their internal organization charts. They don't care which entity, which region, or which department is responsible for why they can't retrieve their building plans or why a pothole isn't fixed. They care about the result. They see one city, and right now that city is failing them. Quite frankly, as a government, we should care about the results too, not the excuses. In a DA-run city, residents log in and download their plans in minutes. No queues, no middlemen, no extortion. Here, we have simply digitized the queue, while the actual records rot in the basement. 3 silos refuse to talk to each other. Developers, the very people the city needs to attract investment, create jobs, and grow the rate space, are telling us it takes months to get meaningful responses on site development plans and pre-applications. The front end of the entire development pipeline is broken, not the back end. The very first interaction between an investor and the city is broken. The new integrated spatial data platform is a good idea in principle, but if the mandatory inquiry phase still requires Johannesburg Water to respond, City Power to confirm capacity, and GRCT to keep the system alive, then we have not fixed the front end. We have simply digitized the same broken pipes. Every month, a developer waits a month in Johannesburg, does not receive rates, does not create construction jobs, does not grow this economy. This is not red tape, this is economic self-harm by silo. DA Govern Cape Town measures how long developers actually wait. We measure how many applications we processed. That is the difference between a city that believes in economic opportunity and a city that believes in producing reports that say everything is fine. Speaker, these reports are full of language of helplessness, budget exhausted, system down, no progress provided, dependency on another entity. That is the language of people who have accepted defeat. A city is not a collection of independent silos protecting their own budgets and excuses. It is a single system that either works together or fails together. One bead does not make an abacus. The DA notes these reports with serious concern, but noting is not enough. The 1,446% interest burden on the JDA must be structurally resolved, not noted, resolved. The archive must be unlocked and digitized, not studied, unlocked.
You have 50 seconds.
The Section 56 pipeline must be restored, not monitored, restored. Turnaround times for developers must be driven down, not promised in the next system, delivered. This is the final term of the Johannesburg School of Governance. There will be no extended learning program for slow learners. From next term onwards, there will be no more instruction. There will be demonstration only. We believe in Joburg. Thank you.
Councillor Mosetla from the EFF.
Honorable Speaker, I will stand on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Mosetla.
Thank you, Councillor.
Who is not available. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to extend my greetings to the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, members of Mayoral Committee, Executive Committee, Chair of Chairs, the city manager and the officials of the city of Johannesburg, all honorable councillors, and most importantly, the residents of our beautiful city who are following today's proceedings through various platforms. Madam Speaker, I also wish to acknowledge the leadership of the economic freedom fighters, the movement for the emancipation of the marginalized people, both in the African soil and throughout the diaspora. I greet our caucus leader, Honorable Konkobe and Honorable Mohapi, our members of Mayoral Committee, Honorable Koma and Honorable Makafula, Chairperson Honorable Rasirute, and the entire battalion of the Red Brigade. Speaker, before I proceed to the business before the House, allow me to recognize a significant milestone of the 26th July movement. On the 26th July, the economic freedom fighters celebrate 13 years of unwavering commitment to the serving of the people of South Africa, the African continent, and the diaspora, with courage, conviction, and without fear or favor. For 13 years, the movement has remained steadfast in speaking truth to the power, calling things by their rightful names, and consistently advancing the struggle for economic freedom, land, justice, and dignity of our people. In that spirit, Speaker, I take this opportunity to invite you and everyone under the influence of my voice to join us in Thohoyandou, Limpopo, as we commemorate this historic occasion and celebrate 13 years of militant service to our people. With these remarks, the Economic Freedom Fighters notes item 1, 2, and 3 before the Council. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Vitefu.
Akwande matekhethu jama ngithome ngokuthi ngilotshise bonke abantu ekufanele bona ngibalotshise ngaphambi kokuba ngenze njalo ngithoma ngithi ojame lapha ngumntungwa kaNosibongo esimbi esingabongwa hlanu kabentwana ngugembe ngumathuna ngezakhe ngumafanela ngeza komfowabo lindrebele likonkwana lokha lihlonga ngikhomo lidla muntu. Madam Speaker, Councillor Margaret Arnolds, Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero, Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loyiso Masugu, Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamola Chauke, Chair of Chairs, Councillor Bonani Marema, visitors in the gallery, residents of the city of Johannesburg, fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 1, 2, and item 3 as read out in those reports, in the tabling of the report. Madam Speaker, we need to appreciate our collective primary task, which is to hold the executive to account on behalf of residents of Johannesburg. Therefore, Development Planning Department is no exception in this regard. We welcome the completion of the Vreede-Dop swimming pool, as well as the development and operationalization of the integrated spatial plan platform, of spatial data platform, as it demonstrates the commitment by our ever-working MMC Mgcina together with her team. However, we are compelled by our obligation to thoroughly assess the performance of the department, which is measured through key performance indicators. The department only achieved 13 KPIs out of 17 KPIs applicable for reporting in the quarter under review. The area of concern is the underperformance by the department on the 10 gatekeeping KPIs, of which 9 KPIs are applicable for reporting, in which only 4 KPIs were achieved, which places the department percentage achievements at 44.4%. In respect of external grants, the adjusted budget amounted to 35.7 million. Year-to-date expenditure amounted to 19.1 million, below the year-to-date target of 27 million. Madam Speaker, while we acknowledge that in some areas targets could not be met due to decline in funding, we are cognizant of the fact that key performance indicators remain the only scientific method at our disposal through which service delivery to our people is measured. Therefore, whenever there is a decline in performance in any respect, residents bear the brunt. We would like to encourage the department to check up and tick all necessary boxes in ensuring that targets are met, because it is only when targets are being met that we as the committee become satisfied that indeed service delivery has reached our people. In terms of the JDA performance assessment report, we welcome the consistency demonstrated by this entity, despite a slight decline as compared to the same period of the previous financial year, In fact, or otherwise, the fact that this entity always performs above the 80% mark, which will translate into tangible service delivery to residents of our people, that is welcomed. We acknowledge the oversight report for the Johannesburg Development Agency, as well as the third quarter budget and performance assessment report for the development planning for the period January to March 2026. We would like to encourage residents of our beloved city to take time to reflect and remember the time when the African National Congress was leading government alone without any coalition. Gravel roads were being upgraded, parks were being built, and in deprivation areas such as Bramfisherville, Orange Farm, Alexandra, and many more other areas where our people live. Our people must know that the only way for them to get effective service delivery is if they first go and register to vote. And then without hesitation, vote for the African National Congress with an overwhelming majority. Only then will they get service delivery they deserve as it was the case prior to the disruption that was brought by the DA and the Action SA and EFF, as the consequences of which we are still suffering. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
MMC Mgina. MMC Mgina. Colleagues, can I have the MMC responding? Colleagues, can I have the MMC responding? Someone is hiding behind a pink gift pack. Please.
Zita.
MMC Mgina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, MMCs, the Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, the councillors in the chambers, as well as media and our residents who are watching us at home. Let me accept all the criticism as presented here, particularly by Councillor Shea, and respond to the issue he raised around the service providers that are not being paid. I think all councillors raised this point. I think it's something that is actually a challenge in the entire city, and we all know what is the reasons given there. It is a problem that is a challenge for all of us in the city of Johannesburg, and indeed it is negatively affecting people who are providing those services. We acknowledge that. Let me also, Councillor Suhai, I think you spoke on our behalf when you said JDA budget must be prioritized, given the reasons you have given, and I hope the Executive Mayor and the Finance MMC, they're listening to you when you are representing us quite well there. Where I don't agree with you is when you give praises to the former Mayor, Mashaba. Those of us who had an opportunity to serve with him understand very well how bad he is. He is very bad for the residents of Johannesburg. And I'm saying this because there's a lot of decisions that he has taken, and even today we're still struggling to address those challenges. I totally disagree with him on that one. Also, I think it's also very important to also acknowledge, and let me thank Councillor Tefu for making sure that you acknowledge the performance highlights for this quarter that we're considering. I am really grateful. It does encourage, and it does encourage particularly those who are implementing the work that we're supposed to be implementing. And once more, let me just thank everyone and note the points that were raised to us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, MMC. The acting chairperson.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we request Council to note and approve this oversight report of development planning and JDA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acting Chair. Colleagues, the recommendations are on page 1.7, 2.4, 3.12, and 3.3. Are these items agreed to? Thank you so much. STC.
We're now on item 4, which is the performance assessment report for the Economic Development Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, read with item 5, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Tourism Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. Also read with item 6, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Property Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March. And also item 7, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Market for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. And the above items are read together with item 8, which is an oversight report of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 third quarter performance reports of the Department of Economic Development, Johannesburg Property Company, Johannesburg Fresh Produce Market, and Johannesburg Tourism Company for the period January to March 2026.
Thank you so much, STC. Member in charge, Councillor T. Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to yourself. Good afternoon to the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Tata Morero. Good afternoon to the Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Loiso Masugu, all the members of the Mayoral Committee. Good afternoon to the Section 79 Oversight Chairpersons of various committees, and all councillors in the House, together with the members of the public in the Cllr, and the officials of the City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise to table item 4, Performance Assessment Report for the Economic Development Department for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period January to March 2026, read together with item 5, Performance Assessment Report for the Johannesburg Tourism Company for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period January to March 2026. And item 6, Performance Assessment Report for the Johannesburg Property Company, SOC Limited for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period January to March 2026. Also item 7, Performance Assessment Report for the Johannesburg Market, SOC Limited for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period January to March 2026, read together with item 8, Oversight Report of the Economic Development Section 79 Committee on the 2025-2026 third quarter performance reports of the Department of Economic Development, Johannesburg Property Company, Joburg Fresh Produce Market, and Joburg Tourism Company for the period January to March 2026 to be considered and approved by this council. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlongo. Member in charge, Councillor F. De Lange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Madam Speaker, today I just want to take my speech in a different direction. If we look at this way of the departments and the officials thinking that let's spend the bulk of our CAPEX and OPEX in the fourth quarter, I could really never understand that way of reasoning, Madam Speaker. You would think, okay, let's use the first 3 quarters to do all the planning. I presume it should have been done before because we had the business plans to make sure all contractors are useful. They come through supply management. Everything is budgeted and planned, and we should not have any UIFWs. Then I look at the Johannesburg Property Company. Currently 320 million on a regular expenditure, 90 million up from the second quarter. So that approach doesn't work. It will also be emphasized through the points that I will highlight in the body of the report if it comes to spending. Madam Speaker, then if we also look at the report, we can understand why we are struggling to get national and provincial grants and funding into the City of Johannesburg, because we are not even following our own rules and regulations currently, and we didn't over the past year. Madam Speaker, just coming to the different entities, the department is still struggling. Support to SMMEs, we are at 64%. We should have been over 70%. CAPEX spend, major concern. We've got a budget of 228 million. We are on 37.4%, 84 million spent. So no wonder we're struggling to impress central government. On the CAPEX side, we are on the third quarter, the target was 75%, 0% spent on CAPEX. If we come to percentage resolutions of internal audits, the target was 70. We had 30% in the Department of Economic Development. Number of SMMEs supported, the target was
40 seconds
800.
left.
We had 0. Number of new business licenses, we were supposed to be at 250, 0. KPIs, 12 out of 18, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we come to JPC, 55% of the KPIs were reached. Repairs and maintenance, 14%, target 60%. Irregular expenditure, I've mentioned that, it's 229 million. CAPEX spent, 46%. OPEX spent, 58%. The only department that is the shining beacon is the Joburg market. 100% AG finding resolutions and 96% of internal audit fund.
Thank you, Councillor Delanga. Councillor Mkwanza, ACDP.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to first acknowledge our Almighty God, eternally existent in 3 persons, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, to also acknowledge the Executive Mayor and the Deputy Executive Mayor and all councillors. Madam Speaker, allow me to first quote from my guiding manual, the Bible, from Proverbs 22, verse 29. It reads as follows: "Do you see a man who excels in his work? He will stand before kings. He will not stand before unknown men." Madam Speaker, allow me to start with item 7, the Joburg market. I'll just highlight the beautiful work that is done by this entity. While their reported turnover performance is 6.6 below the budgeted target, the entity has nevertheless demonstrated resilience and operational stability in a challenging economic environment. We also acknowledge the 100% supplier payment within the 30 days. We further welcome the successful training of 480 emerging farmers. On the policy position on affirmative action, we will quote what the ACDP's position is. It says, affirmative action should aim to make people self-sufficient, to contribute to the running of the country in all its aspects. So in that regard, we say that the Joburg market is doing well in that regard. Going to item 4, which is the economic development. We acknowledge the improvement done in this department in terms of reducing the UIFWs. However, Madam Speaker, while we acknowledge these improvements, the ACDP caucus remains deeply concerned about the department's continued inability to spend its allocated capital expenditure, which sits at 0%. Furthermore, although the department's overall performance achievement has improved to 67%, this remains significantly below acceptable standards for a department entrusted with driving
50 seconds left.
Thank you very much. Furthermore, although the department's overall performance achievement has improved to 67%, this remains significantly below acceptable standards for a department entrusted with driving economic development and investment in the city. An improvement from the previous quarter is welcomed, but the current level of performance still reflects underachievement against key targets and strategic objectives. The report indicates a downward trend of approximately 10%, which undermines the city's commitment to supporting
15
suppliers.
seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And okay, no, it's fine. I'll leave it there, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. Councillor D. Volskut from the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Joburg 11 councillors under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene in his absentia, all councillors and distinguished guests in the gallery, and all fellow citizens. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the performance assessment report for the Economic Development Department for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period of January to March 2026. As we consider the performance assessment report for the Economic Development Department, the Patriotic Alliance note this report, but with this report's contents. However, we take the opportunity to reiterate our stance on a critical issue, prioritizing the welfare and interests of South African citizens We will persist in advocating for measures that ensure South Africans receive the benefits and opportunities they deserve. While addressing the challenges posed by illegal foreigners, it is imperative that we prioritize the needs of our citizens and work towards creating a more prosperous future for all South Africans. As the Patriotic Alliance, we note this report. Hashtag put South Africans first. Ons Baizani. Salute.
Thank you, Councillor Volskert. Can we have Councillor Moati from Action SA? He's not available. The clock is going.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll be speaking on the behalf of Councillor Moati. So this is Councillor Mohlala. Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and greetings to you, Madam Speaker, greetings to the guest, and most importantly, greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, just for clarity's sake, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I heard Councillor Tefu and MMC speaking about how bad President Herman Mashaba was during his tenure. Madam Speaker, just for clarity's sake, Madam Speaker, since 2016 to 2019, Madam Speaker, just to be fair also to you and the residents of the city of Johannesburg, Madam Speaker, we never had any water shading. Madam Speaker, that was during President Mashaba's tenure. We never even owed ESCOM billions of rands. There's so many issues, Madam Speaker, that currently the city of Johannesburg is facing. Madam Speaker, stealing from the executive mayor's words, which he did an interview a couple of days ago. Madam Speaker, he said we're only operating on a 12-day budget. So that shows how bad things are in the city of Johannesburg currently. So, however, Madam Speaker, we are not there. Madam Speaker, today we just want to deliberate on 4 reports that speak about the economic future of the city of Johannesburg. They point a mixed picture. Firstly, we as the Action SA, we will acknowledge the progress that is within, the continued progress and the improvement of the Johannesburg market, the investment in the new cold room infrastructure. It is a significant step towards reducing food issue, improving sustainability of the entity. Madam Speaker, the market remains one of the few assets in the city of Johannesburg. That is not a financial burden on the taxpayers because the city owes it money rather than the other way around, Madam Speaker. That demonstrates that the well-managed and managed municipal entity can create value instead of destroying it. But Speaker, isolated success cannot hide systematic failures. The Economic Development Department itself achieved only 67% of its quarterly performance target. Key employment programs fell short of the target. Capital expenditure stood at 0 during the quarter, and several governance indicators remained below the acceptable level. The city continued to talk about economic inclusion while failing to create an environment where ordinary South Africans can participate meaningfully in the economy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as Action SA, we continue to raise the same question it raised to Ubaba, which is the CEO of JPC, Mr. Makunga, Mr. Masha, who is the Executive Director, on the 23rd of October 2025, as they continue to avoid answering the following questions. Madam Speaker, how are the stalls allocated in the city-owned market and informal trading facility? Where is the transparency allocation process? Who occupies the stalls? How many are South African citizens who are allocated in the stalls? How many are foreign nationals who are, who are lawfully
50
documented?
seconds, Councillor.
Madam Speaker, the last questions will be, how many are operating legally within the stores? So, Madam Speaker, just to be short, Madam Speaker, since I'm only left with time, as Action SA, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dladla, D. Dladla from the EFF. Not here? Oh.
Greetings, Speaker, EFF Party Leader, EFF Whip, EFF Councillors, visitors at the gallery, and most importantly, residents of Johannesburg. As EFF, we know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dladla. Councillor Bolani, ANC.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. Greetings, Executive Mayor, and the Deputy Executive Mayor, and MMCs and fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, I was just checking whether councillors from Orange Farm did a welcome party for you. As the African National Congress rises in support of noting the Q3 performance reports of the Department of Economic Development, the Johannesburg Tourism Company, Johannesburg Property Company, and Joburg Market. At the outset, we wish to acknowledge the work undertaken by the Section 79 Committee in fulfilling its constitutional oversight responsibility. Oversight is not merely about identifying shortcomings, it's about strengthening governance, improving accountability, and ensuring that the city's developmental agenda translates into tangible improvements in the lives of our residents. Madam Speaker, economic development is the engine of Johannesburg prosperity. Every investment secured, every small business supported, every tourist attracted, every municipal property optimized, and every emerging farmer empowered contributes to building an inclusive, resilient, and competitive city. These reports, therefore, provide Council with opportunity to reflect not only on performance statistics, but on whether our interventions are creating meaningful economic opportunities for our communities. The Department of Economic Development continues to implement programs aimed at stimulating investment, supporting enterprise development, and creating employment opportunities. During the quarter under review, the department facilitated 16.7 billion in investment commitments, continued implementing skills development initiatives, and maintained strategic partnerships that reinforce Johannesburg's position as South Africa's economic hub. These achievements deserve recognition because investor confidence remains fundamental to economic growth, infrastructure expansions, and long-term job creations. However, as responsible public representatives, we must equally acknowledge the challenges identified by both management and the Section 79 committees. The department's overall performance demonstrates that implementation must improve, particularly in relation to support for SMMEs, expanded public works program targets, and the pace of catalytic project implementation. The committee correctly observed the performance in some areas remains below expectation and called for stronger implementation and monitoring. However, Madam Speaker, small business remain the backbone of Johannesburg economy. They create employment, stimulate local economies, and provide opportunity for young entrepreneurs. The concerns from ANC is that SMME support fell below target should therefore not be viewed as criticism alone, but as a call for renewed focus. We must continue strengthening township economies, expanding procurement opportunities, and ensuring that emerging enterprises receive meaningful support to become sustainable business. Turning to the Johannesburg Tourism Company, we commend the entity for an outstanding Q3 performance. The entity achieved 100% of its key performance indicators, 100% of its service standards, exceeded its revenue target, and maintained excellent liquidity and solvency ratios. It also made significant progress in resolving audit findings while continuing to position Johannesburg as Africa's premier business and lifestyle destination. These achievements demonstrate what is possible when sound governance, strategic leadership, and financial discipline work together. Tourism is not simply about attracting visitors. It creates opportunities for hotels, restaurants, transport operators, tour guides, artists, event organizers, and township enterprises. As we continue rebuilding Johannesburg economy, we must broaden tourism opportunities beyond traditional destinations and ensure township tourism, cultural tourism, heritage tourism receive greater support. On Johannesburg Property Company, present a more balanced picture. The NT has made commendable progress in governance. It resolved 97% of internal audit findings, addressed 80% of external audit findings, disposed of 85 non-core properties, registered 13 servitudes on behalf of the city, and took decisive actions against fraud through the investigation of unlawful property transactions. These are important achievements to protect public assets and strengthen accountability. Nevertheless, we cannot ignore the operational challenges. Revenue generation remains below target in key areas such as leasing, outdoor advertisement, and the disposal of non-core assets. Furthermore, only 55% of quarterly performance targets were achieved, and the high vacancy rate continues to constrain organizational capacity. Our expectation is therefore that the governance improvements already achieved must translate into strong operational performance, improved revenue generation, and better utilization of the city's property portfolio. On the shining star of the city of Johannesburg, Joburg Market continues to demonstrate why it remains one of Joburg's most strategic municipal entities. The market achieved 79% of its performance targets, maintained sound liquidity and solvency, achieved 100% payment of valid invoices within 30 days, and reached 100% BEE procurement compliance. Particularly encouraging was that the training of 480 emerging farmers from Gauteng, Limpopo, Northwest, and Mpumalanga, strengthening transformation across the agricultural value chain. Although turnover remains below budget and capital expenditure requires acceleration, the entity continues to make a meaningful contribution to food security, agricultural development, and inclusive economic growth. Honorable Speaker, Section 79 committee has fulfilled its oversight responsibility with diligence and balance. It has recognized areas of excellence while identifying those requiring urgent intervention. This is precisely how effective oversight should function. As the ANC, we believe this report demonstrates three important realities. Firstly, the Johannesburg continues to attract investment and remain an economic heartbeat of South Africa. Secondly, sound governance produces measurable results as evidenced by the performance of the Johannesburg Tourism Company and the continued improvements in the Joburg market. Thirdly, where implementation is lagging, particularly in SME support, revenue optimization, and capital expenditure, Council must strengthen oversight and ensure that corrective measures are implemented before the end of the financial year. Honorable Speaker, we anticipated opposition parties may focus exclusively on performance gaps. While constructive criticism has its place, it is equally important to acknowledge measurable progress. Good governance requires honesty and challenges, but it also requires fairness in recognizing achievements. This report did not present a portfolio in crisis. Rather, they present a portfolio that is progressing, with clear opportunities for improvement in implementation, coordination, and execution. Our collective responsibility is not merely to identify shortcomings, but to ensure that every program contributes to reducing unemployment, supporting SMMEs, expanding investment, revitalizing township economies, improving the quality of life for the people of Johannesburg. The ANC therefore support noting items 4, 5, 6, and 7. And to my friend, Councillor Cllr, I must not forget what Mbudi did to this department. Thanks to MMC Ministry for intervention.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam
Councillor.
Speaker.
MMC Mnisi.
Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor of the City of Joburg, fellow MMCs, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, our guests in the gallery, residents of the City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, let me express my appreciation to all the councillors for their observations and concerns, which demonstrates our council's commitment to strengthening oversight and accountability. We have taken note of all the issues raised by councillors, Madam Speaker. We acknowledge both the achievements that are reflecting in our report and areas where our performance fell short of expectations. We are committing to this council, Madam Speaker, that corrective measures are being implemented to further improve our performance. I will only respond, Madam Speaker, to one councillor, which is Councillor Muhlala, just to assist him on the correct platform or process to be followed when you want to ask questions, rather wasting your time, Councillor Muhlala, instead of debating and making submissions that are constructive here, and you are submitting questions. Madam Speaker, I will not respond to what Councillor Dilang raised on Dilanga. Okay. Tate Maila say, Dilanga raised because all the time he raises issues, then he leaves chamber. So most of the issues that he raised today, I've responded to them before. Thank you very much. We request council to note the report.
Thank you, MMC Mnisi. Member in charge, Councillor Tim Hlongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before closing the report, Madam Speaker, please allow me to congratulate Joburg Market under the leadership of the CEO, Mr. Makubele, and his team for achieving the clean audit conservatively. Madam Speaker, I also extend my gratitude to the members of the committee together with the officials that are helping the committee. As I am saying that, Madam Speaker, I asked the council to approve the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member in charge, Councillor Mhlongo. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 4.6, 5.15, 6.20, 7.6, and 8.13. Are these items agreed to? Thank you so much, councillors.
We're now on item 9, which is the performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025.
Just hold on, STC. Councillor Boer.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to interrupt before the Secretary of Council is reading in those items. The items on the list are not correct. Item number 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are for the third quarter from January to March, not for the second quarter from October to December. So we just have to read them incorrectly. Thank you.
Have you read them right? Chair Mwepe, can you help us here? Is it a late report? Just say to us, late or not.
It is, Speaker.
Thank you so much. So if you are in the committee, you will know that it's a late report. Thank you so much. STC, you may continue.
Right. Item 9 is the performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Read with item 10, which is the performance assessment report for City Power Johannesburg for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Read also with item 11, and that's the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Water for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. Also read with item 12, which is the performance assessment report for Pick It Up Johannesburg for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And the above items are read together with item 13, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2025-26 second quarter performance assessment report of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Pick It Up Johannesburg, Johannesburg Water, and Johannesburg City Power for the period October to December 2025.
All right, Speaker.
We are trying to check this, and we also want to speak to your legal, because right now what we have on the agenda is October to December, and what we have here on is January to March. Can we check?
Okay, Speaker, can I say
Yeah?
something, please? Apparently, this report was done when I was not here. I was on study leave, so I was not aware.
Okay, let's get your legal to advise us. Who's the legal person there? Come, Peter. Thank you, Councillor Boer. Okay. Just hold on. What went to the committee chair? I want to address the whole council. So, okay, colleagues, the speakers list is wrong, has got wrong dates. And on your drive, you have January to March. All of them you have January to March. Am I right? Unless you didn't check the link. And that is what the committee considered. Thank you, Chair. Whoever did the speakers list, you are fired. Thank you. Can you read into record the right ones?
All right, apologies for that, councillors. We are still on item 9, and that is the performance assessment report for the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026.
10 is the same.
And item 10 is the performance assessment report. Sorry. Item 10 is the performance assessment report for the City Power Johannesburg for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. Also read with item 11, that's the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Water for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. And also read with item 12, which is the performance assessment report for Pick It Up Johannesburg for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. And lastly, read together with item 13, which is the oversight report of Section 79, Environment and Infrastructure Services Committee on the 2025-26 third quarter performance assessment report of the Environment and Infrastructure Services Department, Pick It Up Johannesburg, Johannesburg Water and Johannesburg City Power for the period January to March 2026.
Thank you, colleagues. The right report has been read into record. Chair Nwepe. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Madume Gowena, Speaker, to our Executive Mayor, our Deputy Executive Mayor, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Chairs of Chairs, Chairs of Section 79 Committee, our researchers, Galiju Medisa, our viewers at home, and our guests in the gallery. Speaker, I rise to table item 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, as read by Secretary to Council for Council to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member in Charge, Councillor Nwepe. Councillor D. Steenkamp of the DA, are you here? Are you? Okay. Thank you.
Speaker, across Johannesburg, we are increasingly seeing outages taking an average of around 6 days to resolve, sometimes even longer. As councillors, we deal with these cases every day. We speak to the residents, we visit the affected areas, we receive from the messages from pensioners, families, and small businesses owners who simply want to know when the electricity will be restored. Behind every outage, reference number is a resident whose life has been disrupted. What concerns me is that CIRPA itself acknowledges some of the challenges behind these failures. The acting CEO states, cash limitations continue to affect the contractor payments, capital delivery, meter reading, outage restoration, new connections, and other operational activities that are essential to revenue integrity and service stability. That statement confirms what residents are already experiencing. The report further states that management must close execution gaps and ensure that operational progress translates into improved customer outcomes. Speaker, that is the key issue before us today. Residents do not experience KPIs. Residents experience outages. Residents experience delayed restoration. Residents experience the consequences when systems fail. I also want to raise a concern about oversight. As councillors, we conduct oversight visits, ask difficult questions, investigate failures, and make recommendations through our committees. Yet too often those recommendations are never properly tracked, never properly monitored, and in some cases appear to be forgotten altogether. In March, the committee considered a consolidated tracking report on recommendations made during previous financial years. The fact that such a report was necessary shows that this remains a problem. Speaker, oversight does not end when a recommendation is adopted. A recommendation has no value if nobody checks when it was implemented. I therefore call on the Speaker's office to ensure that committee recommendations and council resolutions are actively tracked, regularly reported on, and only closed when implementation has been verified. The residents of Johannesburg deserve more than reports. They deserve results. They deserve to know when the council identifies a problem, somebody's making sure that it gets fixed. The Democratic Alliance notes this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Raadslid Boer.
Goedemiddag, mevrouw de Speaker. I'm raising on item number 9 until 13. We only got 3 minutes to debate on those entities, and 3 minutes is much too little, but I'm looking forward to the next term where the Freedom Fund will be back with at least 5 minutes speaking time. Madam Speaker, all those entities, those service entities of the city are facing all operational challenges, and it all comes back to cash flow. But those entities must also understand the cash flow problem of the city arises from the entities. And I'm going to speak quickly about Pick It Up. Pick It Up is normally not spoken about because it is the smallest one. Pick It Up is facing extreme operational challenges of labor unrest, contractors that are not working and so on. But they're sitting with a vacancy rate of 65%. They've got a vacancy of 4,400 unskilled employees. But because there's a moratorium on appointing of staff members, they're using contractors and they're paying their staff overtime, which is costing them much more than appointing the necessary staff members. Madam Speaker, all the entities are facing the same problems. City Power especially, our previous CEO has resigned at the end of March, at the end of the term, and hopefully in the new term with a new CEO, we're going to see some improvement here. But the operational challenges in City Power are so big. CapEx spending at the end of third quarter was only standing at 45%. Our infrastructure is falling apart, but we only spend not even 50% of our annual CapEx budget. But we did spend 594 million rand on legal costs. And in the body of the report, it says that cost was incurred to get VAT refunds from SARS. Our legal cost, 594, is already more than our total CapEx expenditure. It doesn't make sense. But the financial figures in City Power doesn't make sense in the best of time. They said the quarterly losses are down from 28% last year this time to 17% this year, which is a good indicator. But it doesn't reflect in the rand of cent figures because our bulk purchases are still 380 million rand over budget, while our income is 40 million rand under budget. And if your losses are less, how can your bulk purchases be more? It doesn't make sense. And when one very worrying figure in City Power is on the prepaid vending performance, Alexandria was standing at 11%. Madam Speaker, 11% is vending on the prepaid. In Indonesia, it was 19%. Our residents are stealing our electricity, and then we don't have money to give them services. Is it
Councillor Zigebe.
Speaker, the report before us presents an honest reflection of both progress and persistent challenges within the EISD service cluster. The UDM commends the areas where improvements have been made. EISD improved its overall performance from 80% to 87%, while
Hold on, Councillor Zigebe. The councillor with the grey suit that's making a noise. Can you please be seated? Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. Apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. The UDM commends the areas where improvements have been made. EISD improved its overall performance from 80% to 87%, while City Power increased its performance from 67.7% to 71%. These improvements demonstrate that where leadership, oversight, and management are focused, results can be achieved. Speaker, this report also reminds us that operational improvements do not always translate into better service delivery on the ground. Johannesburg Water continues to struggle with aging infrastructure. Only 42% of pipe bursts were repaired within the required 48 hours against a target of 90%. While capital expenditure remains significantly below target, this means residents continue to experience water outages, sewer spillages, and delayed maintenance because infrastructure renewal is simply not keeping pace with demand. Equally concerning is the state of our environment. The committee found unacceptable bacteriological pollution across all major river catchments, largely driven by sewer spillages and aging wastewater infrastructure. That is not merely an environmental issue, it is a public health concern that requires accelerated investment. Speaker, perhaps the greatest concern lies with Pick It Up. Performance declined from 90% to 75%, while the entity continues to battle refuse collection backlogs, fleet shortages, and a vacancy rate of 56%. One cannot expect efficient refuse collection when more than half of the required workforce is vacant and more than 300 casual workers are on strike as we speak. The recovery plans requested by the committee must therefore be implemented with agency rather than becoming another compliance exercise. While operational indicators at City Power are improving, the financial position remains fragile. A year-to-date loss of over 2 billion and an overdraft exceeding 19 billion cannot be ignored. Operational gains will remain little if financial sustainability is not restored. Oversight is not about finding fault, it is about ensuring improvement. This report does strike a balance. It acknowledges progress where it exists, but it also demands accountability where performance falls short. The recommendations before councils are practical, time-bound, and measurable. Our responsibility now is to ensure that they're implemented, because the residents are not interested in quarterly statistics. They're interested in clean streets, reliable electricity, safe water, and functioning infrastructure. We support these reports.
Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. Councillor R. Harris from the ACDP.
Madam Speaker, if I may, Councillor Harris is not here, so the ACDP
Yes,
notes.
we are starting.
Sorry, Madam Speaker.
You can go.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Councillor Harris is not here, so the ACDP notes the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor J. Steenkamp from the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Speaker. It's I, Steenkamp.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, PA Joburg 11, councillors under the capable leadership of our caucus leader, MMC Kenny Kunene, fellow councillors, but most of all the residents of this beautiful city. I'm rising on the performance report of the EISD. Madam Speaker, today we presented with a performance report, a document filled with targets, indicators, percentages, and achievements. But I want to ask a simple question. If our performance reports tells a story of success, why do so many residents tell a story of struggle? Why do communities still struggle and live alongside illegal dumping sites? Why do families still endure broken streetlights, neglected parks, and aging infrastructure? Why do residents often know the reference number of their complaint better than the solution to their problems? These are the uncomfortable questions, but they are necessary questions, because performance is not what happens in this chamber. Performance is what happens outside these halls. The reality is that ward councillors must stand in front of desperate residents whose lights has been off for weeks or months and tell them that City Power has no trucks or contractors to assist them. The reality is that a young lady is scared to leave the house to go to work at 5 a.m. because street lights are not working. The reality is that the residents of Diepkloof, Orlando, Pennyville, Omoville, and Noorgesig are fed up with poor service delivery due to poor performance. We celebrate targets achieved while communities continue to experience challenges that have existed for years. We speak about all these things, but communities are still frustrated. We discuss compliance while communities ask for results. The truth is that the city is failing our residents. Madam Speaker, let us go back to the man in the mirror. Let us reflect on the failures and fix the issues that we ignore. Let us reflect on and restore dignity. It is time that officials go back to the ground and face the reality of the city that is facing decay. Madam Speaker, the PA knows the report with huge concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor V. Munyai from Action as councillors. Councillors. Councillor V. Munyai, the time is going. Can I ask Councillor Mpefo and Councillor I.R. Steenkamp to switch off their mics?
Greetings to you, thanks, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you and also greetings to the resident of the city of Johannesburg. I was listening at the previous council here, who was speaking from the Patriotic Alliance. And as Section SA, we were really shocked because Patriotic Alliance, they are part of this government. So why are you not celebrating your own government? But whatever that happened, Madam Speaker, I'm not shocked because this is the same Patriotic Alliance who their minister have just looted 31 million as we speak today. To our MMC of EISD, it's really concerning to see the state of our service delivery. Some of your own councillors are being rejected in their communities.
Some of the reason is because of the failure of these three entities to provide basic services to our residents. Imagine if the whole council, since 2021 have been a council, but have been struggling to provide with the basic services like water in their ward, with the issue of electricity. Do you think like the resident was still going to vote for that person? Because of the failure of these entities. Now we have the problem of Pick It Up MMC. If we can ask you, what is it that is happening for Pick It Up today? Because we heard that, yes, we don't have funds to pay the contractors, you don't have diesel. But we have never seen you, MMC, engaging with the community to speak. When you go to issue your city power today, we have just rendered our city power infrastructure to the contractors. As we speak now, every time when the MINISAP is not working, only contractors are the ones that have been appointed. What happened with our own workers in Coco City Power? What is it that they are currently doing, MMC? Those are the questions that we as Action SA, we think like to remove ANC Carry4, it's going to help, because if we want to continually early ANC, I foresee the disaster. To our residents that's still going to vote for ANC, it's no longer a mistake. You are just reckless. You will continue to suffer because of you voting for ANC. Let us reject ANC, colleagues. Let us reject it. Thank you.
Walwala boy. Councillor Butkow, DA. Just hold on, just hold on. You know, the councillor has spoken. No, colleagues. I can hear if everybody sings, I'll be able to hear. And I can join the song. But when everybody speaks, I can't understand. Councillor Samonse, can you hold on? No, can you hold on?
No, Madam Speaker, I'm going to...
Councillor Samonse, I'm asking you to hold on. No. Councillor Samonse, don't prolong it. Can you hold on? Kan jy aanhou? Laat ek jou sê wat ek wil sê. Can you have a seat? Councillors, if one person speaks, I can hear and understand. But if 20 of us scream together, it sounds like I can't understand. But if 20 of us sing together, I will understand the song and might even join in and be the front singer. Councillor Samonse, the councillor has sat down, but I'm going to give you a chance. Can you know opstaan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we are not singing songs. We would like to be acknowledged as well in this chamber. My hand was up while the councillor was speaking, and that is why the councillors were screaming, there's a hand. It wasn't a song. But coming back to the point of order, we would like the councillor to withdraw that the minister has stolen the money without evidence. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Withdraw. Councillor. Councillor. Councillors on Action SA, can we keep quiet? Otherwise I can't rule. Councillor Samonse, unfortunately, I did not see your hand. Unfortunately, I was not looking that way. I didn't see your hand, but the speech is done. We'll talk to it at a later stage. No, you don't have to clap hands. You don't have to clap. Councillor Butkow, you don't have to clap hands because I didn't agree. I didn't agree with what you said. Councillor Butkow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After the screaming match, maybe we can carry on.
There's a councillor on the podium. There's a councillor on the podium. Councillor, there's a councillor on the podium. There's a councillor on the podium.
Goodness sake.
Councillor Butkow, can you carry on?
Can I get started at last? Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address item 9 to 13, especially the quarterly report by Joburg Water. Contrary to our councillor from the PA, I must have read a different report. This report is best described as a litany of failures, not only by Joburg Water, but by the city as a whole. When we look at the overall picture, we get a provision of basic water to 69 units out of a target of 500. Pipe bursts 14% over target, sewer bursts 13.5% over target. Couple that with pipe bursts repaired within 48 hours being at 42% against a target of 90%, and sewer blockages at 81% against a target of 95%, and you start to get the picture of why we have 49.9% non-revenue water and E. coli pollution in our rivers, with readings between 200,000 and 2 million instead of the acceptable 200 units per test sample. What this report fails to mention is the amount of time over the 48 hours, such as the recent water outage in Bromhof for 3 weeks or 504 hours, or the continuous and ongoing sewer spills into the Pampoenspruit for over 14 months or 10,200 hours. Madam Speaker, the report speaks about BEE awarded tenders. With other words, as per the list supplied, Black Empowerment Awards, which is very noble until you read the performance reports. The reports show that 288 million worth of contracts are being monitored, which is one step before suspension. 924 million have already been cancelled or are in litigation. Madam Speaker, this actually supports the DA's call for scrapping BEE. Now we come to the real elephant in the room. Madam Speaker, the MD mentions in his report suspension of capital expenditure projects and actual expenditure only sitting at 34%. Pipe replacement projects suspended due to non-payment totaling 26 kilometers. Sewer projects suspended in Bez Valley and Noordwijk due to non-payment. Northern Wastewater Treatment Plant, 896 million on hold due to cash flow problems. Contracts not awarded due to cash flow problems, 1.5 billion. Madam Speaker, the report furthermore points out that invoices not paid on time were due to the following reasons. 5.6% due to Joburg water issues, 9.3% due to supplier issues, which leaves us with 85.1% of invoices not paid on time. And I hope our mayor is listening. Oh, he's not here yet again. 85.1% of invoices not paid on time because of cash flow restrictions. Madam Speaker, the misguided impression by the executive of the city was further demonstrated by the pride with which they presented the final handover of the Brixton Reservoir and Tower, even though it had been delayed by 14 months because of the very same reasons. The cash flow restrictions are affecting every entity right to this day. Pick It Up is constantly late because of long waits at landfill sites and being refused to use some sites. City Power has problems getting materials for repairs, and Joburg Water has contractors walking off their repair jobs because of non-payment. All this because the executive of this city keeps exercising and abusing their right for sweeping funds and using money elsewhere, something which still needs to be established where this elsewhere is. Overall, this report is a reflection of an entity that is trying to be effective and well-run, but is hamstrung by the executive mismanagement. This is also a true reflection of the total decay of this once vibrant city. But thank heavens that we have the answer with Super Gogo Helen Zulu coming to the rescue. Madam Speaker, I'd like to just add that I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see the amount of MMCs here today. Not like the last meeting where we had only the deputy mayor here and one MMC walking in, making some funny comment and walking out after 10 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mkasi from the EFF. Not here. We move, ne? Councillor Mate, ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings once again, Madam Speaker. Greetings to our mighty Mayor Dada Morero in his absentia, and also our Deputy Mayor Loyiso Matsugu. Greetings to all the chairpersons, greetings to all the MMCs, greetings to all the ANC councillors in honoring you today because of you are the only organization that fought for freedom that we are enjoying today together with PAC. While others, they were busy frying hair. While others were trying to make black people to look like white people. Others, they were not yet born yet. Madam Speaker, ANC know the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mate. MMC Squaila.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you and to the Executive Mayor in absentia. Deputy Executive Mayor, MMCs, Chair of Chairs, and of all committees, fellow councillors, and most importantly to residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, one note, the concern raised by, I think it's Denkam from DA, the first speaker, and we do know and acknowledge the fact that the cash flow challenges keep on playing a very negative role in us, in fact, dealing with the electricity restorations across the city. And service delivery, in fact, end up being affected. And we know the concern raised by Councillor Boer. Again, he raised the matters of cash flow that are ventilated in most of Section 79 meetings. And I must indicate that we are constantly dealing with the labor unrest. Maybe one must then recoin this differently. Because we read quite a number of articles that says there's a labor unrest at Pick It Up. These are actually contracted employees of, of ad hoc, the trucks that we use to collect waste. These actually are employees that are now called casual workers of Pick It Up. They are not casual workers of Pick It Up. Now, it is true that the vacancy rate is high, and at some stage it affects the collection. The capacity for us to do the waste collection in regard to the loaders, we rely highly on this particular ad hoc at 50% rate. So once they go to a protest, they reduce Pick It Up's ability to collect, And I just got a video now from Chair of Chairs in Alexander. These casual workers are now opening plastic and littering all over in Alexander as we speak. Now it might mean that we might need to take a different approach in how we deal with this particular issue. I think it would have been a learning curve to pick it up as and when they contract the services. Certain things need to be clear from the beginning. We are of the view, colleagues, that the debate around pre- and post-paid levies and so on creates a problem. As you have said, Councillor Boer, around Alexander, the low vending there, and of the view ourselves that in fact the microgrid might be a solution to some of this informal settlement where affordability is an issue. In fact, we do have this coming week an operation to do some cut-off of illegal connection, in particular in Alexander. And we are currently organizing this operation with SAPS and including the Home Affairs and Immigration. As some of this has happened, was done by what is alleged to be illegal immigrants. I think, councillors, okay, let me thank you, your consideration, your criticism, your observation, where the entity have done good and where the shortfall. And in fact, indeed, there must be work that needs to be done to improve around the issues of sewer spillages in our rivers. Where we are, in fact, we keep on preaching in quite a number of townships that, you need to get proper plumbers to connect your what you call, your household sewer lines. People go around doing the backyard dwellings, creating informal settlement and connect these lines to the storm waters, not the sewer lines. and as a result, pollute our rivers across the city. I would have wanted to get some comments from Councillor Steenkamp from PA, but I think his voice would have actually been too high for me to comprehend. But I could understand that he was more concerned about the illegal dumping. We agree, illegal dumping, colleagues. We are spending quite a number of millions, if not around 100 and something millions, to clear illegal dumping. Councillor Steenkamp is a concern. Hence now, we had a meeting with the executive mayor, together with the JPC, in order to repurpose all public spaces across the city, bring in small businesses for them to utilize the spaces, just to avoid the spaces being empty and used by people to dump. We must deal with that particular issue of illegal dumping. And I agree with you, Councillor Steenkamp. We rely at some stage on some of the contractors, in particular with City Power, for us to be able to meet the outage that we have now within the city. That is way too much, especially around winter. So if there's non-payment of these contractors, we are struggling because City Power must then rely on their own from SDs, and as a result, they are unable to keep up with these outages that are happening. You know, around winter, there are multiple outages.
50 seconds, MMC.
I don't know what Munyai was saying, but I'll assume that he's saying that some 2021 no water somewhere. I've never encountered such, Madam Speaker. You must just share with me any location where there's never been a water from 2021 and so on. But I think he was campaigning is disparate. I think the time is, I have only 3 months left. He has nothing else to say except to come and stand here. So Bitka, we acknowledge the pipe burst, and it's true. The pipe replacement, the pace we're moving,
your time is up.
Is not up to speed. We'll improve on that. There's a work of sewer pipe.
Apologies, MMC, but your time is up. Member in charge, Councillor Nwepe.
Where Speaker, Councillor Nwepe.
Nwepe.
Ah, you are swearing at me. Anyway,
okay, I'll
that's
get
fine.
it right.
No, it's fine, Speaker. I just want to say something quickly. I think in my previous council sitting, not that one, but that other one, I think Councillor Monyawi will remember that. I even had some pictures to show the legal dumpings, the infrastructure that is aging. I think he knows, being a previous councillor, chairperson rather, he would know the challenges these entities are facing. But now he comes here and load. So Councillor Monyawi, please go back and read. There you would understand that these entities have challenges. And as you can see, you see on the news that the minister and the executive committee are addressing those so that we have a good infrastructure. Now and then we're facing with those illegal dumping Councillor Steenkamp was talking about, and those sewer spillages that MMC wanted to speak on. It's because of that aging infrastructure and those illegal encroachment. With that being said, Speaker, I'd like Council to note and approve the reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member in charge. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 9.4, 10.19, 11.3, 12.11, 13.73, and 13.75. Are these items agreed to? Thank you. Next item, STC.
We're now on item 14, which is the performance assessment report for the Group Finance Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. Read also with item 15, which is the performance assessment report for the Group Information Communication Technology Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, and both items read together with item 16, which is the oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 25-26 third quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Communication Technology Department for the period January to March 2026.
Can we have a member of the committee to present the reports, as we do not have Councillor Cook any longer in the city? He has just been sworn in as a councillor in Cape Town today. Can we have someone representing us?
Makos.
Can we have a councillor from the finance?
Thank you, Madam
Councillor.
Speaker.
We've got a councillor, thank you.
Yeah, no, I rise to table the reports for item 14, 15, and 16. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nkonyeni from Action SA.
Ngibonge Speaker, ngibingelele kwena izakhamuzi zaleli dolobha, ivakashi zethu intatheli, all protocol observed. Speaker, financial sustainability is not measured by the lies we are told in a State of the City address. It is measured by whether residents receive services, and they don't. It is measured by whether the city has sufficient cash to keep operating, and it doesn't. Madam Speaker, the city has collapsed. As we speak, there is a water crisis, and residents are not stupid. They will punish this uncaring ANC government and its cadre officials who gatekeep water tankers and put us in a position where National Treasury has to withhold our equitable share. We welcome the positive developments, including stronger property rate revenue, growth in electronic payment registration, and increased digital payment. However, these positives are outweighed by the city's deteriorating financial position. Revenue collection remains below target, billing continues to underperform, and outstanding debt continues to grow. Residents cannot be expected to pay when they receive incorrect accounts or estimated bills. The city's cash coverage ratio has fallen to only 5 days, well below National Treasury norms. This is a warning that Johannesburg liquidity remains fragile. Only 83% of valid supplier invoices were paid within 30 days, hurting business and delaying economic growth. The city insists on contracted services instead of insourcing, but they are failing to pay suppliers, and Tuso House is a perfect example of that financial flop. Capital spending also remains far too low. Projects that are in the budget end up not being completed while money quietly disappears. Jiggy Jiggy alone must be approved. Action SA believes Johannesburg must strengthen revenue collection, eliminate billing errors, improve debt recovery, accelerate infrastructure spending, and ensure that every rand delivers value. Madam Speaker, Action SA supports the vision of a smart city, but technology must improve residents' daily lives. The department achieved only 67% of its performance targets. Critical programs such as MSCOA digitalization remain behind schedule. SAP finance implementation has stalled and hardware replacements has been delayed. These are governance failures as much as ICT failures. Technology should reduce corruption, improve accountability, and strengthen financial management. Action SA notes the report while calling for stronger implementation, improved project management, and greater accountability. Madam Speaker, Action SA supports the adoption of this oversight report because it represents or it presents an honest assessment of Johannesburg's financial position. The report identifies serious concerns including weak revenue collection, a 5-day cash coverage ratio, growing debt, slow capital expenditure, delayed supplier payments, and ongoing ICT challenges. Oversight exists to identify problems before they become crises, and this report fulfills that responsibility. Action SA welcomes the committee's recommendations to strengthen revenue collection, improve debt recovery, accelerate implementation, and improve accountability. We also continue to support reforms that strengthen the financial sustainability of trading entities such as City Power and Joburg Water. Good governance requires action, not only reports. Madam Speaker, we then encourage all the residents of this city to vote for Action SA on the 4th of November.
Councillor.
Thank you. No, I don't need it. Ngiyabonga, Speaker. They must vote for Action SA.
Councillor Santana, DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the third quarter performance report before Council shows a city still speaking about recovery while the numbers tell a far more serious story. The administration points to isolated improvements and an operating surplus, but the detail shows a municipality struggling to collect revenue, maintain liquidity, spend infrastructure budgets, and pay suppliers on time. For residents, performance is not measured in presentations, it's measured by where the water flows, the lights stay on, refuge is collected, roads are maintained, and business can invest with confidence. On these basic expectations, the report shows that Johannesburg remains far from where it should be. The first concern is revenue collection. By the end of the third quarter, the city had collected only 84.4% of billed revenue, below its own 90% target. Joburg Water collected only 73.8% and picked up only 74.6%. By March 2026, the city had billed 55.8 billion, but only collected 47.3 billion, leaving nearly 8.5 billion uncollected. Madam Speaker, the debtors book is even more alarming. Consumer debt has reached 73.7 billion, with 66.7 billion older than 90 days. More than 90% of the debtors book is already at high risk. Every rand that remains uncollected places more pressure on compliant residents who continue to pay the municipal accounts. The city's liquidity position is also deeply concerning, cash coverage only at 5 days against a benchmark of roughly 30 days to 90 days. Its current ratio is only 0.8 to 1, meaning current liabilities exceed current assets. That is not the profile of a financially healthy metropolitan municipality. The March cash improvements coincide with 6.8 billion in grants and subsidies. Grant funding is important, but it cannot permanently compensate for weak collections and declining liquidity. Perhaps the most serious concern is the city's inability to convert budgets into infrastructure delivery. Three quarters of the year have passed, yet only 40.6% of the adjusted capital budget had been spent, around 5 billion remaining unspent. The services entity shows the scale of the problem. Johannesburg Water only spent 17% of its capital budget, City Power 29%, and Pick It Up 27%. Residents cannot drink capital budgets, drive on procurement plans, or switch on strategic frameworks. They need infrastructure to be built and maintained. Madam Speaker, supplier payments are another warning sign. The city also continues to miss the legally prescribed 30-day payment period. Group finance achieved only 83.09% and GRCT only 85.05%. Thousands of invoices were not paid on time. 50
seconds, Councillor.
The city's own reports acknowledge that some contractors have become reluctant to undertake city power work because of previous non-payments. Late payment hurts residents because projects are delayed, maintenance is postponed, and service delivery deteriorates. The suspension of the SAP's finance system project is also another example of governance failure. The project was halted because service providers were not paid. Madam Speaker, we note the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Santana. Raadslid Boer.
Goedemiddag, mevrouw de Speaker. Goedemiddag, fellow councillors. I'm rising on item 14, the third quarter financial report for group finance. Madam Speaker, this report, although it's already 4 months old. It speaks about the dire situation of the city's finances. And I was very much encouraged this morning when this council approved the in-committee items to start addressing illegally and illegality, which is so systemic of this city, corruption, bribery, stealing of money. And if this council starts to set an example by keeping people accountable, and that there will be consequent management for those trespassings, then at least we can move to our residents and expect the same from them. Because this report addresses the systemic problems that the city has got. My morality is based from the Bible, but everyone has got morality. But it seems to me in this city, morality is not really there anymore. We look on the financial figures. On our prepayments, the prepaid electricity is only 60% of budget. Prepaid water is only 85% of budget. And that means only one thing: 40% and 50% that is under budget is water that is being bypassed, or electricity that is being illegally connected or non-pending on prepaids. That is the prepaid portion. On the debt portion, yes, our residents are under financial strain, but if 53% of our debt, of the 73 billion rand, consists of water debt, it is not only financial constraint, it is illegally water that is not being paid to the city. And that is why the city's finances are in such a dire position, because our residents are not paying for their services. Our collection rate for Q3 was only standing at 83%. It is going down and down. But even our billing performance was down from 99% in Q1 to 96% in March of this year. So our billing is also going down. So we really need a turnaround in the city, and it will only be achieved by morality, when everyone pays what is due and everyone pays for what he consumes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mkonza, ACDP.
Yeah, thank you very much once again, Madam Speaker. Allow me just to focus only on a principle based on Matthew 23, verse 26. For us to go somewhere as a council, it is as follows: blind Pharisee, first cleanse the inside of the cup and dish, that the outside of them may be clean also. Madam Speaker, the principle is simple. We must first put our house in order by ensuring internal discipline and enforcing payments compliance within government structures. The city will not only improve its financial position, but also will restore its legitimacy and moral authority when engaging external debtors. It is very important that we deal with that, Madam Speaker, because outside of that, we will just be talking and talking, all of us. So the question to the MMC is, how far are we in collecting from our internal customers? On item 15, the only questions that the ACDP has, there are key projects that have reportedly been on hold since October 2025 due to non-payments of service providers. So that being said, there are also 3 service providers that are paid. We are Cllr Business Solutions, Qualitative Innovative Solutions, and ANC Cosmic, not ANC, ANC Cosmic Solutions were reportedly paid in an excess of 10 million for laptops. However, the report simultaneously indicates that no laptops or hardware were procured during the reporting period. Madam Speaker, this contradiction demands urgent clarification. If payments were made, where are the assets? If the assets were delivered, why are they not reflected in the report? The discrepancy raises serious concerns regarding procurement processes, asset management, controls, and
50
accountability.
seconds, Councillor Nkonza.
Thank you very much. The second service provider that was paid was Zimele ERP IT Services, received approximately 132 million during Q3 for the billing project. I think I missed one. Okay, the last one that was paid is Mutondo Properties for office accommodation. Continue to show the significant fluctuations. The report reflects payments of approximately 1 million in Q2 and approximately 3 million in both Q1 and Q3. The ACDP seeks an explanation for these substantial variances.
10 seconds left.
Are these payments linked to lease escalations, area settlement, additional office space requirements, or other contractual obligations? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor P. Mokoena from the Patriotic Alliance.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor in his absentia, PA councillors under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 14, 15, and 16, assessment performance report of the Group Financial Department 2025-26 for the year end January to March 2026. Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Mnyai, we've got room here for you in the PA. As the PA, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. Councillor Sudubai, DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 15, the performance assessment report for the GICT department for the 25-26 financial year, Q3. The C-grade department continues to deliver C-grade results against the daftest KPIs in the entire city. Even an A-grade performance of these KPIs will never produce a state-of-the-art, innovative, high-octane technological department that an organization of the complexity of the city of Joburg requires. National Treasury has made a few demands of the city over the last few years. One of those requirements was that MSCOA project be completed to the point of having 15 business processes fully compliant by 30th of June 2026. That project has not moved at all since December 2025 because the suppliers have not been paid. So the June 2026 deadline has not been achieved. The department acknowledges that it is a bottleneck in the document retention policy process, as it has not yet delivered a safe digital repository for the 20 years of storage that public documents are required to be kept available. This House must also note that the document retention policy is another matter on which the National Treasury is applying pressure. Is the failure to deliver the safe digital repository a matter of lack of management capacity, or have these suppliers also not been paid? One wonders what the purpose of GICT is these days, considering that all software requirements must now be placed in MTC's custody, as they are to be the implementation agents of all new software. And then they charge all their fellow entities a management fee. Software is now more expensive to the end user as a result of having to pay the middleman, which is in fact also the city of Joburg. That sounds ridiculous because it is. A DA government under the leadership of Helen Cllr will ensure that the city's information and communication technology systems are appropriate and support the requirements of a complex organization such as is the city, that the relevant structures deliver A-grade results, and that the residents of the city are served with access and applications that work. Such a government will do away with fantasy profits and will ensure public documents are kept safe and available for as long as the law requires, because a DA government will, quite simply, uphold the law. The question must be asked, is this administration running the city into the ground in the hope that a new government cannot succeed? Carry on. The only way for the city to go from December is up. The Democratic Alliance notes this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Netemba from the EFF? No show. Councillor Khatebe from the ANC?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in absentia, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Mayoral Committee, Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, fellow councillors, and the residents at home. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 14, 15, and 16, which are the third quarter reports for Group Finance and also for the Group ICT, and also partly the oversight report. These reports, Madam Speaker, demonstrate that while the city continues to face significant challenges, but there is a form of accountability that is there, and they do indicate some of the achievements that the city has been having. The Group Finance Department remains central to achieving the city's objective for financial sustainability, despite the difficult economic environment that we are seeing, Madam Speaker. One of the most notable achievements is that the property rates, the revenue reached 14.09 billion against the budget of 13.6 billion, exceeding the target by 495 million, representing a 3.6 positive variance. This is a significant achievement, Madam Speaker, because property rates remain one of the most important sources of revenue for the city. Madam Speaker, we've also seen 11,000 new users on the electronic bill and payment portal during this quarter. These users have made over 59,000 successful payments that are worth 269 million, showing that the residents of Johannesburg are increasingly embracing the digital platform that improves the convenience and strengthens the revenue collection. One of the major problems we've been having, Madam Speaker, is revenue collection. If we see the residents of Johannesburg being able to use these digital platforms, it's giving us hope. It's showing that we are on the upward trajectory in terms of revenue collection. It's slow, but it's definitely getting there. Another important milestone, Madam Speaker, it is the approval of the general evaluation roll for 2027 evaluation date, ensuring that the preparation for the next evaluation cycle are in progress according to the plan. Madam Speaker, we also maintain important financial discipline in the quarter, making sure that 30% of borrowing to revenue target is met. The interest expense is only 4%, which is comfortably below the 10% benchmark. The solvency ratio, which is 2.11 is to 1, indicating that we've met that target as well. 100% compliance in the acquisitions of goods and services according to the approved demands. Average daily revenue collection of about 205 million, exceeding the daily target of 200 million. All these achievements demonstrate that despite financial pressure, that the city's financial management system continues to produce positive outcomes. Madam Speaker, yes, we are definitely, in agreement with some of our colleagues in terms of the city facing challenges. Revenue collection stand about 83% against the 87.5 target, which is definitely worrying. The cash coverage remains at only 5 days, which is well below the National Treasury deadline, which is 30 days. The outstanding consumer debt has grown to about 73.7 billion, and only 83% of valid invoices have been paid in the last 30 days. Madam Speaker, as the African National Congress, we do definitely acknowledge all the challenges that the city is facing, but we continue to see the positive contribution that is happening. The journey towards the recovery of our finances will not definitely happen overnight, but we are seeing it happening over a long period of time. If the residents of Johannesburg continue to trust the African National Congress, and vote for it on the 4th of November, we'll definitely make sure that the mess that has been created from 2016 by the accidental mayor and the others that followed will definitely be cleaned up, and the city of Johannesburg will go back to its glory days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Hadebe. MMC Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Masuku.
Thank you very much, Speaker, once again. I think, Speaker, item 14 is a reflection of a balanced picture of the city's third quarter performance. It shows that the city is making progress in key areas of financial sustainability, revenue mobilization, billing, debt management, and governance. It also shows areas that remain under pressure, especially liquidity, collections, capital expenditure, as mentioned and indicated by Councillor Boer as well as Councillor Sudebe. I don't want to say, Speaker, that I think through you, Councillor Nkonyeni, it's there is no jiggy. We just bring loans and as if it's a haphazard process. When we table the budget, loans are part of the funding plan. So it's disingenuous, Madam Speaker, for a councillor in the 97.1 billion city of Johannesburg to speak to residents as if he has no appreciation or understanding. It therefore means that whatever he's saying, he firstly either doesn't understand how the funding plan of the city is done, and therefore that presents a challenge on how he thinks his party is going to be able to govern the city of Johannesburg if that councillor from Action SA doesn't understand the funding plan that comes here and is approved by council, by the way. All councillors know it and understand it, and one would think after a 5-year term, we would all be on the same page and understanding. Speaker, the overall achievement for the reporting period is 66.6 as articulated by all councillors in terms of our targets, 8 that out of 12 that were achieved. And I think, Speaker, this is important because we are showing that while the city still faces pressures, especially on liquidity and collections, the Group Finance Department and our environment is showing a level of discipline and positive movements in several key indicators. Through you, Speaker, to Councillor Mkonza, unfortunately, I won't be able to respond on the specifics, on the figures in terms of service providers who were paid this and paid that. I think from an oversight role, I normally just try to limit myself and not get into details in terms of which service provider was paid what and how, because I understand the role of the administration in terms of their delegations and our delegations as politicians. But I think if he can, through a written question in line with our rules, I'm sure we will be able to respond, because then the administration can give those specific responses, because I honestly will not be able to say which service provider was paid how much and why they were paid this quarter and that particular period. That is not in line with how I am actually exercising oversight onto the administration. I do want to say that there are encouraging signs, as Councillor Hadebe alluded, in terms of revenue performance. The city collected approximately 15.38 billion in Q3, which translates to a collection rate of 83%. And we acknowledge, Speaker, while the Q3 target was actually 87.8, this is an improvement from the 82% in Q2 that we would have achieved. And I think we must be able to say that, as also indicated on the electronic billing and payment portals, these continue to support our revenue modernization. And Speaker, we have never hidden that there are weaknesses and challenges. That's why we have been transparent. And the progress that we are making is progress that is in line with our commitment to financially sustainable environment in the city of Johannesburg. And we are we are showing positive signs, and we've said it that we are handing over our significant debt to service provider through National Treasury. We've done that through the transversal contract, and also know your customer process through the integrated data with SARS. That will also assist us as we are centralizing disconnections and improving our direct customer engagements. We ask Council to note this report.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, acting member in charge, Councillor Khatebe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We definitely note all the contributions made by councillors on these reports and would like Council to note the report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Recommendations are on page 14.4, 15.3, and 16.13. Are these items agreed to? Colleagues, it's 2:30. We are going for lunch. We'll be back at 3:15. 3:15. That's 2:30. Yeah, 45. Councillor Maswazi, switch off your mic. I have to finish. minutes past. And we are still doing home visits. Can we check as our caucuses where our colleagues are? Because we are going to start by counting to see whether we still correct, because it looks very empty. Please check them, Councillor Masera. Where's the Chief Whip of Council? If you can please check all the councillors. No, he's been here the whole morning. I thought he was stuck at the tea stop. So if we can check whether our councillors are here, and then we are going to start counting and see whether we correct. Because we've noticed those that has asked for leave of absence, and we're going to look at those that has just absconded. Dis wat net weggeloop het. Ja, hulle loop mos net, hulle besluit net om te loop. And remember last month we had councillors that were fined 500 rand. So the 500 rand is coming off this month. But kou, wag 'n bietjie. Where's the Rocha? LOA. Besides his loud, he plays music as well. I know that. He's a guitarist and a musician and a biker. Okay, can we be seated so that we can be counted? So that we can check whether we reach a quorum? No. Who's that? We are not. Can we start counting, colleagues? And if there are people outside, please ask them to enter. Because we said 1:15, and now we are coming back at 1:30. Taroja. Shower. Amen. Can we be seated? Chief Whip, I believe that I've been told by legal there are Action SA councillors as well as ANC councillors at the gate, at the parking, sitting at the cars. And who? And AIC also just walked in now. So can we please, Councillor Mhlongo, 3:15 is 3:15. It didn't become 15:32. And I'm not laughing, Councillor Mhlongo, I'm serious. Very serious. And you are going to want to leave, all of you, just now.
We are 135. We are 1,000 short. Can they call the people? Okay, plus 136. It's 136.
We are counting you walking in. It's another one. Oh, there. Okay. Okay, councillors, we have exactly 136. So we are, and there's another one walking in, 137. Were you counted?
No, I was counting Peterson.
Peterson, we just counted you now. So we are on 137 now. And we want to go through the agenda that we have.
138, Mayor.
Executive Mayor, we said 3:15. No. It's not a joke. Mina, I'm serious. I'm very serious. There's 3 more walking in. We are 141 and we are moving on. Councillor Makuba.
Thank you, Speaker. As you can remember, that in the morning we did ask to leave at 3:30. So the whole caucus of the IFP is leaving at 3:30.
But we have to do your MMC's item. We have to. Can you please tell your party you would be late? Human settlements all needs to be done. Please ask them that you'll be late. This is important. There's no other special council sitting that's coming. Can we start? Councillor Belinda, come and sit on your seat. MMC Mgina, can you take your seat? MMC Mgina, can you take your seat? The mayor is alone in the front. Yo, Come, let's carry on, colleagues. MMC Mgina, can you please move to your seat? The mayor is alone there, and we will hear there's no MMCs, because those others are also at the back. STC, can you read out? Colleagues, we're starting. Jokes are all up a stock, you know.
Councillors, we're resuming on item 17, and that's the performance assessment report for the Health Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, read with item 18, which is the performance assessment report for the Social Development Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026.
Can the MMCs lower their voices?
And these both items are read together with item 19, which is the oversight report of the Health and Social Development Section 79 Committee on 2025-26 January, 2026 January third quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Health Department and Social Development Department for the period January to March 2026.
Thank you so much, STC. I know there's Councillor Mohapi is not here. Is there anybody, any councillor in health that will be presenting to us the report? Thank you so much, councillor. On my right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me greet the EM, the councillors of the ANC. Speaker, I stand to table item 17, 18, 19. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, councillor. Can we have DA Councillor N. Mohammed? She's not here, so we're moving. Can we have Councillor Y. Zigebe from the UDM?
Thank you very much, Speaker. The UDM notes the report.
Thank you. ACDP, Councillor Mkonza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom once again. The ACDP welcomes the department's overall performance achievement of 80%, which remains consistent with the second quarter performance, including the dependency-related indicators. This level of performance demonstrates a measure of stability within the department and reflects the continued commitment of healthcare workers and officials who serve our communities under often challenging circumstances. While we acknowledge this positive achievement, we note with concern the slight decline in performance of the tuberculosis TB program compared to quarter two. Tuberculosis remains one of South Africa's most significant public health challenges, particularly in vulnerable communities where poverty, overcrowding, and limited access to healthcare continue to fuel transmission. We therefore encourage the department to strengthen its interventions, improve patient follow-up mechanisms, and intensify awareness campaigns to ensure that treatment adherence and recovery rates continue to improve. Madam Speaker, the ACDP further expresses concern regarding the reported number of deaths, particularly in Region D, which accounts for the majority of these cases. Every statistic represents a family that has lost a loved one and a community that has suffered a painful loss. We therefore extend our heartfelt condolences to all affected families and urge the department to carefully analyze the underlying causes and implement targeted interventions where necessary. The ACDP caucus will continue to closely monitor the following areas. 1, the outreach programs in early childhood development program centers. 2, the enhancement of 48-hour return to care program. 3, the percentage spent on capital budget. And then, especially with only 3 months remaining in this financial year, it is critical that allocated resources are utilized effectively and timelessly to ensure that essential healthcare infrastructure, equipment, and facility upgrades are delivered to residents. Madam Speaker, health outcomes cannot be viewed in isolation from the broader socio-economic realities facing our communities. The health of our residents is directly linked to economic productivity, household stability, educational attainment, and overall quality of life. A healthy
You have 35 seconds.
Thank you. A healthy population is better positioned to contribute meaningfully to economic growth and social development. The ACDP therefore encourages the department to sustain, strengthen, and expand its preventative healthcare programs. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonza. Councillor J. Cherry from the Patriotic Alliance.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance notes the report.
Thank you so much. Councillor Maposula from Action SA. He's not here, so we move on.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. As Councillor Moshap will be delivering the speech, thank you. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, fellow councillors, Fabulous 44, and the residents of Johannesburg. Today, we put on record the deepening crisis in this city's health and social services. HSD is a mess and on the brink of collapse. Madam Speaker, we are looking at the same reports, the same challenges, and the same excuses we have been raising for the past 3 years. I stand here to say enough is enough. Most of the issues we are reading today are issues that were previously raised by Action SA, and they remain unresolved. It is the same story, a repetition of failed promises, and the financial year is coming to an end. We are watching the collapse of healthcare facilities in real time, and instead of action, we are seeing a box-ticking exercise. Reports indicate cities faces a staggering 22.2 billion in irregular expenditure and invoices that remain unpaid for over a year. The health department has no service level agreements to pay Telkom because of legal battles. The electronic health system project is halted because GICT failed to pay the suppliers. The JDA cannot pay contractors for work done, all this because of a budget cut. How can we expect a clinic to function without water, electricity, or working IT systems? How do we expect nurses to work miracles when they have no supplies and no support? We see the impact on the ground. While we are talking about smart city, residents are waiting up to 4 hours, 13 minutes at a clinic in Johannesburg. 67% of the filing systems are in a terrible state, leading to lost files and frustrations. Speaker, we have had these excuses before. We raised the non-payments of suppliers and the halting of projects in previous quarters. Yet, here we are again, at the end of a financial year, with the same problems. The term is coming to an end, and what legacy are we leaving? A legacy of unfinished projects. Madam Speaker, this is a call for accountability. Action SA is not here to play politics. We are here to fight for residents of the city who cannot afford to go to private doctors. They rely on these public facilities. It is unacceptable that crucial health projects are halted due to city's financial mismanagement. It is unacceptable that a department that is supposed to save lives is being failed by the very leadership that is supposed to support it. We cannot accept this reputation. We will not be silent. The people of Johannesburg deserve better. They deserve a city that works. Herman Mashaba has shown that he can fix this. When Herman Mashaba was a mayor, he fought to discipline the city. He appointed capable people, not political cronies. He ensured budgets were spent on service delivery, not wasted on consultant. He rooted out corruption. He restored investor confidence. Under his leadership, Johannesburg worked. Action SA today promises the same. We shall destroy the municipal organization that protect failure. We will pay our service providers on time. We will make sure that every rent goes to health and social development, gets to who it needs the most. Action SA notes this report with concern. Thank you.
Councillor B. Jacobs from the DA.
Speaker, all protocol observed. Speaker, you said earlier that you like listening to music. The chorus on this side was the same. Contracts stopped. Contracts stopped. Supplies not paid. On the entire side. The same is going on for health and social development, so I'm not going to expand on what everybody said. That is not a posture of good governance, as Councillor Masuka said earlier. The city has failed, the ANC has failed over 30 years in this government, and we are going back and back and back. You know, my moeg is moeg, my tired is tired. How much more can we take? How much more can the residents take as the ANC goes around parading and saying everything is okay? It is not okay. They have messed up, and they've messed up royally. I wasn't going to talk on this, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to let ChatGPT do my speech for me. Your time is up. The ANC's time is up. And Helen Zille is coming in, and she will resuscitate the city. Thank you. We will note the report.
Councillor, oh, she's not here. Who's representing the EFF now? No one? Okay, we pass this one. Councillor Matupi from the ANC.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Matupi. MMC Makafula.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, fellow MMCs, councillors that are in the chamber today. Speaker, just to be brief and not take too much of the time, let me start by appreciating the comments that were made by councillors. let me also take the opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate the officials from both departments, health and social development. While we are a moving progress, the department will continue, regardless of its challenges, to make sure we serve the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Progress has been made. Those who are not noticing it, I get Jabona Speaker. Speaker, let me speak on the issue of TB that has been raised. So, as the department, as health department, we are embarking on awareness programs. The department obviously is working on improving the drug sustainable TB, as well as the success rate. It's slightly different from the previous quarter years, but we are continuing with the warboards to make sure that they trace and also re-engage patients who have missed their treatment appointments, addressing the issue of the loss to follow-ups. Just comments from the Action SA Councillor Speaker. She mentioned there's a clinic. Which clinic is she talking about? The collapse that she's talking about, even again, fellow Speaker, because Rena currently, 24 hours. So I don't know the collapse, so perhaps she must tell us which clinics and state fact. So, wait.
MMC, please. Councillor Nkanyeni. No, please. The MMC is on the podium. Tomorrow you want to speak about it, then you say she has not responded to you. Please, MMC, carry on.
Thank you. In my other profession, Speaker, I'm a health educator, so I will educate the councillors as well today, just to take the opportunity. So they spoke about the issue here, social development. Social development, Speaker, this is the second time, the second quarter, where they've achieved 100%. So they must start by commending that before they can say anything else. Speaker, I'm proud to say as the health department, when it comes to water and electricity, we've ensured that we have water backup system in our clinics, where we installed water reticulation system to most of our clinics. Of course, because of the budget, we were not able to do all clinics, but that's one of the initiatives we've made thus far. When it comes to electricity, Speaker, I'm proud to say as well, we do have backup generators in all the clinics. So there's no way where there's no electricity, the clinicing ahona electricity. We are continuing to do that, and we are here to serve. I think Zamashab. Speaker, when a councillor speaks about the telecom is a citywide contract, so it has nothing to do with health. So perhaps they must read the document before they can come and comment about it. The progress that we have made on e-health, Speaker, the department has completed the pilot project at 3 clinics so far for the electronic patient's health record system, with plans obviously to expand to more clinics, which is something that has never happened before, even when the Action SA was the one who was in governance. The progress we have made on the pilot implementation is a step from what has been happening previously to show there's so much progress. We are now implementing it to 14 more clinics, so expect that in the coming few months. So, Speaker, there's nothing Elungore Councillor Jacobs has said. Instead of saying Gemoeg is Gemoeg. So we are saying, as young councillors, we are here, we are energetic, and then we will continue with the work.
Councillor Mkonto. Councillor Mkonto, can you please switch off your mic? You are causing the other mics to make a noise. The acting chairperson, can we get you?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let's appreciate the inputs that are made by the councillors. We also ask the council to note the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The recommendations are on 17.25, 18.5, 19.15 are the items agreed to. Thank you. STC.
We're now on item 20, and that is the performance assessment report for the Human Settlement Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, read with item 21. And that's the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. and both items are read together with item 22, which is an oversight report of the Human Settlements Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 second quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Human Settlement and Johannesburg Social Housing Company for January to March 2026.
Thank you so much. I know that Councillor Mpolobosha has left. There's a councillor, I think it's Maluleka. I'm not sure. Yeah, he has asked for you to present. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Speaker. And greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, MMC, Chair of Chairs, and all protocol observed. Speaker, I rise to table item 20, 21, and 22 as read by the Secretary to Council. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maluleka, switch off. There's a councillor, it's fine, Councillor BP Mwali. Can you please switch off your mic? And you are sitting in front. Yeah, thank you. Can we get Councillor Waizigebe?
Speaker, thank you very much. The UGM notes the report.
Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. Councillor R. Harris.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, City Manager, all officials, councillors. I greet you in the precious name of our Lord and Savior. Amen. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to the items 20, 21, and 22, the third quarter reports for the Human Settlements Department and JOSHCO. As a member of the Section 79 committee, we interrogated these reports. We asked questions and made comments. We agree that in principle, these reports address the service delivery budget and implementation plan, the business plans, the IDP, and required regulations. I quote from the reports, over this period, the department deepened its commitment to delivering sustainable human settlements, improving living conditions, expanding access to home ownership, and enhancing institutional effectiveness, end quote. There are elements missing from this statement, however. The mythical waiting list for housing, the impenetrable allocations regime catering for those with applications between 6 and 16 years old, the soul-sucking interactions with officials who are cold towards those who are they supposed to serve, the deplorable living conditions of those trapped in high-density estates, the lack of pride in the properties owned and managed by the city, the vibrant market for the sale of units owned by the city while revenue generation rates are extremely low. What am I saying? These reports are sterile documents that tell us what the Human Settlements Department wants us and Treasury to hear. Despite the repetition of projects slowly creeping along, there are no indication that this department is serious about decisively dealing with the housing crisis facing the city. The selective issuing of title deeds is an indication that there is no plan to free deserving residents from the slums the city manages and to officially lift them out of the economic doldrums. No detail on the 5-year maintenance plan and the actual budget for the planned work is presented. Concerning
50 seconds, Councillor.
The solvency and currency ratios together with the overdraft on the sweeping account are an indication that this entity is in severe financial trouble. The ACDP notes these reports despite the fact that they do not inspire hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The PA, Councillor M. Smosa.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, PA Joburg 11 councillors under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene, fellow councillors, distinguished guests, and residents of the city of Johannesburg. I greet you all in that powerful name of our Lord and Savior. Wow. Of our Lord and the devil is a liar. Of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Today, I rise to speak on items 20, 21, and 22. Madam Speaker, let me begin with Maxwell Court. This is a dilapidated building comprising 60 units and housing more than 300 residents, including children. Yes, despite the obvious danger, proper alternative accommodation has still not been provided. Residents continue to be met with nothing but empty promises. A month ago, 2 of these units caught fire due to electrical faults. 2 weeks ago, the lifts caught fire. Today, residents are still faced with sanitation services. The living conditions are unacceptable and urgent intervention is required. Madam Speaker, the situation within our CRUs, which is our council rental units, is equally concerning. Maintenance has gone from minimal to non-existent. Among the affected developments are Nuclear, Westbury, Claremont, 3,000 units, 185 blocks. Our elderly residents has also been forgotten, while resources and attention is regularly directed towards informal settlements. Very little is being done to address the needs of those living in CRUs and old age villages. Furthermore, residents in Eldorado Park, Bosmont, Riverlea has received sectional title deeds. I must ask whether housing officials fully understand the implications of sectional title ownership and the responsibilities associated with the establishment of body corporates. Today, housing refused to attend to block sewer lines and burst water pipes, while Johannesburg Water also declines to assist.
45 seconds, Councillor.
Therefore, through you, Madam Speaker, I ask MMC to clearly indicate whose responsibility for maintaining these areas, which remains within the city of Johannesburg. Human settlement must stop operating as if it's an emergency response service that only reacts when a crisis has occurred. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, also allow me to remind this House that 31 years ago into our democracy, not one single RDP home has been built in Eldorado Park, Reiger Park, Rabie Ridge, Ennerdale, Noordgesig, Westbury, etc. 31 years. This is merely a policy failure.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matabane from Action SA. Hey. This, yeah. Councillor Matabane, please.
Greetings, Speaker, fellow councillors, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. I rise to speak on item 20, 21, and 22. As Action SA, we note these reports with serious concern. Speaker, the department achieved only 40% of its target during the reporting period. This level of performance is deeply disappointing, especially considering the significant housing challenges faced by residents across our city. The department appears to lack clear priorities and strategic focus. Furthermore, there is a concerning absence of leadership and accountability, which continues to impact service delivery and the quality of life of our residents. We cry for the residents of the city of Johannesburg who are forced to live in informal settlements that remain unelectrified, in hostels that are dilapidated, and in flats that are poorly maintained and in some instances no longer fit for human habitation. Speaker, housing is not a luxury, it is a basic human right. Our residents deserve safe, dignified, and well-maintained living environments. Unfortunately, this report demonstrates that the department is not being intentional in delivering on this responsibility. As Action SA, we believe that much more must be done to ensure that residents receive quality housing, living conditions they deserve. The department must improve in its performance, strengthen leadership, and focus on addressing the real needs of our communities. With that being said, we note the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rambani from the DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 2022 of the third quarter performance report. This report paints a troubling picture of an entity that is expected to help address Johannesburg housing crisis, yet find itself battling financial instability, deteriorating infrastructure, poor revenue collection, and an inability to consistently meet its own target. The report shows that JOSCO achieved only 53% of its predetermined target during the third quarter. While this is an improvement from the previous quarter of 46.67%, it still means that nearly half of the organization targets were not achieved. That cannot be regarded as acceptable for an entity carrying such an important social mandate. The report proudly notes that occupancy level remain at 99%. However, occupancy means very little when collection rate remained disastrously low. JOSCO collected only 68% of bill revenue against a target of 95%. This means that almost 1/3 of rental revenue is simply not being collected. The consequences of this failure are visible throughout the financial statement. JOSCO has recorded a deficit of 391.5 million rand. This is worse than the 356 million rand deficit recorded during the same period last year. The entity net liability have ballooned to 2.4 billion rand. Its current ratio has declined. Its solvency ratio has declined. Cash reserves have almost disappeared. Cash and cash equivalents have fallen from 22.6 million rand at the start of the financial year to just 2.4 million rand by the end of the third quarter. No business, no municipal entity, and no housing provider can remain sustainable under those conditions indefinitely. The report further reveals that debt impairment costs exceed budget by 60 million rand. Finance costs exceeded budget by staggering 106 million rand. Utilities exceeded budget by 118 million rand. Security costs exceeded budget by 51 million rand. Those are not small variances. They are a symptoms of deeper structural problems that have persisted year after year. The report itself identifies one of the most concerning reality facing JOSCO. The collection rate dropped partly because tenants are increasingly complaining about the condition of their facilities. Many tenants are threatening to withhold payment because buildings are not being properly maintained. This should concern every councillor in this chamber. When residents lose confidence that basic maintenance will be carried out, the social contract between landlord and tenant begin to collapse. We cannot accept people to pay for services when the city and its entities fail to maintain acceptable living conditions. What is particularly concerning is that Human Settlement Quarter 3 report confirms that JOSCO challenges are not isolated incidents. JOSCO problems are not isolated. They are symptoms of a human settlement portfolio that is struggling with cash flow constraints, contractor payment delays, project implementation failure, maintenance backlog, poor capital spending, and weak coordination between department and entities. Across department, we see the same pattern repeating itself. Projects are delayed because contractors are not paid. Targets are missed because of the procurement failures. Infrastructure deteriorates because maintenance is deferred. And residents are ultimately the ones who suffer. The department failed to achieve its target for providing electricity to informal settlement households. The report confirms that implementation stalled because contractors were not being paid and projects could not continue. The department also failed its sanitation target in informal settlement because Joburg Water was unable to pay contractors on time due to city cash flow constraints. Whether it's Joburg or human settlement, the story remains unchanged. Poor financial management is directly undermining service delivery. The department further failed to deliver service sites during the quarter despite significant budget allocations and multiple housing development being underway. Hostel rehabilitation targets were also missed because projects were placed on hold due to budget constraints and procurement delays. Most concerning of all, the department spent only 46% of its capital budget by the end of third quarter, at a time when thousands of Johannesburg residents remain on housing waiting lists, when informal settlement require upgrading, when hostels need rehabilitation, and when housing stock is deteriorating. There can be no justification for such poor expenditure performance. The department also paid less than half of valid invoices within the required 30-day period. This explains many of the delays that repeatedly appear throughout both reports. Contractors are not paid, project stops, targets are missed, and communities are left waiting. The Human Settlement report itself acknowledged increasing maintenance backlog and deteriorating housing infrastructure across the city housing portfolio. This is precisely because Joburg tenants who are increasingly refusing to pay rent because buildings are not being maintained adequately. The department report even record that service delivery has been negatively affected by contractual and implementation challenges involving Joburg itself. Taken together, those reports reveal a systematic failure across the human settlement portfolio. Across Johannesburg, we continue to see delayed housing projects, aging infrastructure, growing maintenance backlog, poor living conditions, and an ever-growing housing waiting list. The Human Settlement Department and Joburg are supposed to work together to address those challenges. Instead, both reports reveal recurring weaknesses in planning, execution, and financial management. Particularly alarming is the report acknowledgement that the aging infrastructure remains one of Joburg's highest strategic risks. The building condition assessment intended to guide major upgrade has still not been completed due to procurement failures. As a result, infrastructure continues to deteriorate while tenants continue to suffer. The inability to deliver capital projects on time also remains classified as a very high risk. These are not new risks. They are long-standing challenges that continue to undermine the delivery of affordable housing to Johannesburg residents. We also note that Joburg management fees have fallen dramatically because human settlement projects have been delayed, service level agreements have expired, and historical debt remain unpaid. The Democratic Alliance believes that affordable housing remains one of the most important responsibilities of local government. Housing is not simply about bricks and mortar. It's about dignity. It is about safety. It is about creating opportunities for families to build stable lives close to jobs, transport, and economic opportunities. But this can only happen when housing entities are financially stable, professionally managed, and held accountable for results. The residents of Johannesburg deserve better than annual deficit, declining cash reserve, deteriorating building, and missed targets. They deserve a government that plans properly, spends responsibly, and delivers consistently. As we approach the election, Johannesburg residents are increasingly asking a simple
You have 50
question.
seconds, Councillor.
Who can fix the city? The answer is becoming clearer every day. Where the DA governs, finances are managed responsibly, projects are delivered, corruption is confronted, basic service is improved, and residents receive value for their rates and taxes. The turnaround of Johannesburg will not come from excuses. It will not come from reports filled with recurring problems and repeated promises. It will come from capable government. It will come from professional administration, and it will come from leadership that places residents ahead of political interests. Under the leadership of Helen Zille and the DA, South Africa has been what good governance looked like. The DA has consistent.
Councillor Nemba from the EFF. Councillors, can I ask that when you speak, even the executive, that you do it softer? I'm not saying you can't speak, but we can hear your conversations. Councillor Nemba is not here. Councillor Nokubongo? No. Nokubongo. Yes. Amen.
Thank you,
You'll
Speaker.
correct me.
Thank you, Speaker. I've grown to understand the new surname that you've given to me. Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, who happens to be the only mayor that has provided changes to the inner city that are known and recordable. Can I also send my greetings to the mayoral committee and also the chair of chairs, the whip of council, and all councillors in the podium, members in the Cllr, and residents at home. Speaker, I rise to note the third quarter report for the human settlement and Joburg. One must be honest that this is not a report that inspires confidence. It is a report that raises serious concerns about the performance, financial stability, and governance of both human settlement and Joburg. However, Speaker, one, having been in council for this time that I've been in council, one would say I've seen Action SA leading the transport department. I've seen Action SA leading the Economic Development Department. I've seen ComDev under ACDP, and I've seen DA govern, and it leaves very much to be desired. So it makes it easier to be part of this democracy to speak based on experience. And our experience is very clear. We've seen them govern, and we see, and we've seen how they govern and what mess they left when they were governing. It's very, very difficult to also consider the ruling of the Constitutional Court on the 2nd of June 2026 about how DA failed to redress the spatial and inequality in Western Cape. So it really, really gives us concerns about the achievements that have been made in Joburg under Mayor Pakstau, under the former executive mayors of the African National Congress who have given us these changes that we enjoy today. The spatial planning in Joburg is the best in the country because of the governance of the African National Congress. Speaker, one must tell no lies and claim no easy victory. We need to understand that the Department of Human Settlement currently is having serious challenges. And one of those challenges is that it needs to have a permanent ED to run that department. Without a permanent ED, it will give us problems to see changes. It is said that there might be a possibility that we'll end this term with this department not showing any improvement, because for all the quarters in the previous financial year, we've not seen any improvement. And one would ask, what is the problem? We do note the improvements and the achievements of this department, but we're saying the achievement of this department is not something that is tolerable. So with that, Speaker, we are noting this report with these concerns raised. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mabaso.
I'm genoeg.
It's genoeg. Genoeg. Not gemoeg. Genoeg. There's an N. G-E
No,
N-O-E-G.
We learn every day, Speaker. We appreciate that. Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor, the MMCs that are present, the Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, all the chairpersons and colleagues. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time because of the apology that you have submitted earlier on, but I will attempt to respond to most of the issues that have been raised. Speaker, I do wish to indicate that the process of issuing title deeds in Johannesburg is not selective. The process is guided by the SPLUMA requirements. So when the township establishment is finalized and when the township is ready for the transfer of the properties, that's when we commence a conveyancing process to issue out the title deeds to the beneficiaries. So our process is not really selective, and we try to push very hard, Speaker, to make sure that all the beneficiaries that were allocated to houses, does receive the ownership of those houses. The issue of Maxwell Court, Speaker, well, I'm not going to respond to it in this meeting because one made numerous attempts and engagements with the tenants of Maxwell Court to a point that we appointed a social facilitator to assist in the process because the very same residents, were refusing to be relocated to Fluerhof. And that's why we are sitting with that problem even to date. Well, a few weeks ago, then they then decided that they want to be relocated, and we have started that process. It's not that because the department didn't want to do anything, it's because they refused to be relocated, Speaker. Even after we've presented reports to them from the engineers which condemned that building, they still refused to leave because they cited various reasons as to why they were reluctant to move. But now they've agreed to move, and we said during the month of September, then we'll then relocate them. And I'm hoping that they are not going to resist when we get there during that month. So it's not the fault of the department, and it can't be blamed to the department. The issue of the CRU, Speaker, unfortunately, there is a moratorium that has been placed on the program because it's not financially viable. The national government then, they instructed metros and the provincial government to do their assessments and assess their dynamics and make a determination on the future of the CRU. So that's what we are doing currently in Johannesburg. The department is preparing a report which will then table to the mayor and the mayoral committee, in the future of the CRUs in the city of Johannesburg. And I think colleagues will have an appreciation that what we collect in terms of rental is not sufficient for us to maintain those properties, and that's why national government then decided that we must discontinue the program, but we will then advise the city on the plans that we are putting forward in terms of the future of that particular program, because it's not financially sustainable and it's not going to assist us to continue building the CRUs. Even the ones that we have, we are struggling to maintain because what we collect is really not sufficient for us to manage those facilities, but we will provide guidance on how we are going to address the issues of CRUs in Johannesburg. But those flats, Speaker, that have been transferred, they are now privately owned. It's not the responsibility of government to maintain a property that is privately owned. So now we've got residents that want title deeds, and upon us giving them title deeds, then they want government to come and maintain those houses again. So immediately after we've transferred, it becomes a private property. So you take over the responsibility of maintenance of the property. So now they are complaining because after they've been given ownership of the houses, they want government to come back and maintain those houses. It's no longer government's responsibility to maintain those
40
flats.
seconds, MMC.
Well, I think, Speaker, I'm happy with what Councillor Rambani has actually submitted in his debate, because what has affected the department really is budget cuts, budgetary constraints and delay in payment of service providers. And that's what has affected the performance of the department. Most of the contractors have left site, they've suspended works due to non-payment of invoices. We are engaging with finance. There are meetings that the executive mayor is convening on a weekly basis where we are engaging as the mayoral committee to see how we can best intervene in making sure that contractors are paid so that they go back and continue with their work on the ground.
Thank you so much, MMC.
No, but I have to respond.
The member in charge, acting member in charge.
Thanks, Speaker. We ask Council to note the report.
Thank you so much, acting chair. Recommendations on pages 20.4, 2120, 22.7 are the items agreed to. Thank you so much. Next item, Secretary.
We are now on item 23, which is the performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. Read with item 24, and that's the oversight report of the Governance Section 79 Committee on the third quarter performance assessment report of the Office of the Chief Operating Officer, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy Policy Coordination and Relations, Group Governance, Citizen Relations and Urban Management, Group Communication and Marketing, Group Legal and Contracts, Group Risk Assurance Services, and Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period January to March 2026.
Member in charge, Councillor Magwenchu.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings, Greetings, Executive Mayor. Greetings to Whip of Council. Greetings to Chair of Chairs. Greetings to all the chairpersons. Greetings to all the MMCs. Greetings to fellow councillors. Greetings to all the residents at home. Madam Speaker, I rise to table item 23 and 24 for council consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, member in charge. ACDP, Councillor Mkonza.
Yes, shalom, shalom once again, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 23, the performance assessment of the Office of the City Manager for the 2025-26 financial year. The ACDP welcomes the reported overall performance achievement of 84%, reflecting a modest 2% improvement compared to the second quarter. While this improvement is encouraging, it also highlights the continuing instability within several critical administrative functions that are fundamental to the effective operation of the city. Of particular concern are the performance levels recorded by the GFIS at 69% and the COO at 53%. These units play a central role in ensuring coordination, accountability, oversight, and the execution of the city's strategic priorities. Their underperformance cannot simply be viewed as a statistical outcome. Rather, it points to deeper systematic challenges that, if not urgently addressed, could negatively impact service delivery, weaken governance processes, and erode public confidence in the city's administration. Madam Speaker, the ACDP caucus is further troubled by the Executive Mayor's informal reporting of the performance of what has become known as the bomb squad, which has repeatedly been described as performing exceptionally well. While any initiative that contributes positively to service delivery should be welcomed, Council has yet to receive a formal report detailing its mandate, performance indicators, expenditure, achievements, and accountability mechanisms. This Council cannot be expected to exercise proper oversight based on public statements only. The continued reliance on informal reporting risks undermining the professionalism of the administration and sends an unfortunate message that bypasses the authority and competence and accountability of duly appointed officials and established governance structures. Madam Speaker, The ACDP caucus will continue to closely monitor the
We have
repairs.
40 seconds left.
The ACDP caucus will continue to closely monitor the repairs and maintenance key performance indicator, as well as the percentage of the budget spent on citywide infrastructure. These indicators are critical to the long-term sustainability of municipal assets and the quality of service delivery to residents. In this regard, the ACDP caucus seeks clarity on the following. The project risk register identifies significant risks, including the incomplete implementation of the intergovernmental relations mandate, as well as the inadequate integration and misalignment of plans.
MMC Makafula, can you please just switch off the mic of MMC Mabaso, please? Thank you. Councillor J. Apane from Action SA. Thank you, MMC.
Honorable Speaker, colleagues, members of the public, all protocol observed, greetings to you all. I rise to present performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager for the period of January to March 2026. Citizen Relation and Urban Management, Cllr, achieved the 100% KPI, and this is commendable. However, the city needs to intensify its efforts when it comes to illegal dumping. The city must actually increase or put refuse bins in the affected areas. Piles of refuse as a result of illegal dumping creates a health hazard to the residents. By-law enforcement by the JMPD must be intensified. Hijacked buildings are still a concern because they harbor criminals, illegal immigrants who do all sorts of illegal connections. We have seen some of these buildings catching fire because of illegal connections, and in some cases the city was held liable by the courts and fines imposed. We commend the work that we have seen by the executive mayor in the city. We have seen that demolishing some illegal structures, and we urge that more should be done. Illegal advertising is costing the city a huge amount of money. We have money just there in front of our eyes that just needs to be collected. The good thing about illegal advertising is that it can be traced back to the advertiser. This just needs enough manpower from the JMPD to enforce bylaws. Action SA will recruit 1,500 additional JMPD officers over a term of office, which works out the 300 officers per year over a 5-year term. This is not just a campaign speech, Madam Speaker, but the real promise. During his tenure as a mayor of Johannesburg in 2026 to 2029, Herman Mashaba oversaw the recruitment of training of more than 1,500 JMPD officers. The same cannot be said about his predecessors. Balala emsebenzini, they're sleeping. Action SA welcomes the prosecution success of 98.8% against the target of 98 to 100% cases. This achievement, Madam Speaker, benefits the city financially and performance output of the affected work areas. Outsourcing legal work to outside legal law firms is also a matter of concern, Madam Speaker. I believe the city has employed qualified, well-paid, competent, outstanding legal minds, and they cannot themselves subcontract other legal minds at a huge cost to the city. Action therefore knows this report. I thank you.
Councillor J. Cherry from the Patriotic Alliance.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Mayor, the Joburg 11 PA Caucus, and most importantly, the residents in the city of Johannesburg. Today we are asked to note the third quarter performance report of the Office of the City Manager for the period of January to March 2026. Whilst the report contains some positive achievements, We must not allow those achievements to overshadow the serious governance and service delivery failures that continues to affect residents of Johannesburg. The report acknowledges progress in governance. There are commendable steps, but they are not enough when residents are still experiencing water shortages, burst pipes, electricity outages, and delayed responses to service delivery complaints. Madam Speaker, the most alarming issue is the declining resolution rate of service delivery complaints. The report shows that the resolution has dropped from 53% in Q1 to 50% in Q2, and a further down to 47% in Q3. This means that more than half of the complaints logged by residents are not being resolved. This is not good governance. It's a failure of accountability. Community in Annandale, Eldorado Park, Westbury, Alexandra, Kliptown, and Rivoli have protested due to repeated water outages and infrastructure failures. These reports admit these failures have escalated unrest and undermined citizens' confidence. Yet we are given no clear timelines for permanent resolutions. Escalating complaints to Johannesburg Water, City Power, pick it up, is just not enough. Residents need services restored, not endless escalation processes. Madam Speaker, while we note this report, we cannot do so blindly. We must demand a clear turnaround plan to improve service delivery resolution rates, strict accountability for irregular and wasteful expenditure.
We have 42 seconds.
Urgent action to address water and electricity failures, and a recovery plan for underperforming CAPEX projects. Johannesburg residents deserve more than reports filled with promises and statistics. They deserve a city administration that delivers services efficiently, manages public funds responsibly, and restores public confidence in local government. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Margaret of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, council officials, ladies and gentlemen, it is disturbing to read in the Group Legal and Contracts report that the city is struggling to pay the invoices submitted by law firms for legal services related to litigation instituted against or by the city. This is despite the fact that the department has a budget for contracted services of R250 million. In the previous financial year, it had a similar budget. These amounts are way in excess of the amount spent by other metros with similar sized budgets, who typically spend in the order of R50 million in regard to litigation services. In other words, a fifth of the city's current spend. The problem appears to be poor management of litigation in the city. Indefensible matters are defended, and claims with a low probability of success are instituted. Matters with no prospect of success are allowed to proceed to judgment. Responsibility needs to be taken by the officials who authorize the institution of claims or the defense of claims against the city and are required to monitor the progress of the litigation. Indeed, only the Group Legal Department should be permitted to authorize the city's involvement in civil litigation and to manage all litigation matters. A second matter which is of great concern is a distressing lack of cooperation by some municipal officials with the prosecution of theft, fraud and corruption cases instituted by the National Prosecuting Authority, which have been referred by the city to SAPS. All officials are under an obligation as employees of the city to assist the SAPS and the NPA with pursuing these matters. Indeed, apart from it being an offence not to respond to a Section 205 subpoena, in many cases it would amount to misconduct or even insubordination under labour law not to assist the state with proving its case where the city is the complainant. Apparently, a memo was approved by the city manager to be circulated to all heads of departments, CEOs, and relevant governance oversight committees on the support required to combat corruption in the city. But words are not sufficient. Strong action needs to be taken against any official who fails to respond to a request by the NPA to provide information or give evidence without a just excuse. A Democratic Alliance government will ensure that every official cooperates with law enforcement authorities to bring those responsible for corruption to book and secure their conviction. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marie. Councillor T. Mbambala from the EFF, are you available?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker, MMCs, fellow councillors, and people on the Cllr. I rise to table the report on the performance assessment report of the City of Johannesburg, City Manager for the period January to March 2026. Madam Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters notes the performance assessment report on the Office of the City Manager for the third quarter of 2025-2026 financial year, covering the period January to March 2026. At the outset, we acknowledge that the report indicates the 13 key performance indicators KPIs were achieved, representing a 100% performance rate. These achievements demonstrate a level of administrative commitment and compliance with the target set of the Office of the City Manager. Among the notable success highlighted in the report is the performance of key organizational indicators at GPEC and the approval by Council of the 2025-26 mid-year deviation report. These are important governance milestones that contribute to institutional accountability and strategic oversight. However, Madam Speaker, as the EFF, we believe that performance assessment must be beyond the mere achievement of numerical targets. The fundamental question remains, how does this performance translate into improved service delivery and a better quality of life for the people of Johannesburg? 100% KPIs achievement on paper must reflect in cleaner communities, reliable basic service, efficient administration, and accelerated socio-economic development. The residents of Johannesburg judge this administration not by reports, but by their lived experiences. Madam Speaker, the report also identifies challenges that require serious attention. Firstly, the postponed of the mayoral Cllr raises concern regarding strategic planning and the timelessly process implementation of prioritize. While a final date has been indicated, delays in such critical planning process can have cascading effect on the executive of program and project. Secondly, the non-tabling of the fully completed 2024-25 targeting integrated annual report to Council due to the audit process with AGSA is a matter that warrants close monitoring. Transparency, accountability, and compliance with legislative timelines reports to Council due to the audit process with AGSA is a matter that warrants close monitoring. Transparency, accountability, and compliance with legislative timelines are non-negotiable principles of good governance. Council must be kept informed of progress to ensure that the delays once the audit process is concluded. KEFF position, 100% KPIs achievement must translate into tangible service delivery. Governance excellence must be measured by impact on communities, not only administrative competence. Strategic planning process such as mayoral Cllr must be conducted timelessly. Madam Speaker, the EFF supports the recognition of achievement where they exist, but remain committed to robust oversight to ensure the restored success are matched by meaningful improvement in lives of the people of Johannesburg. We therefore note the report, acknowledge the achievement of the 13 KPIs, and call sustainable focus on addressing the identified challenges while ensuring that administrative performance translates into the real transformation of the ground, on the ground. I thank you. And Madam Speaker, as the EFF, we wish to we are wishing our rich auntie, my fellow rich auntie, Councillor Sita, a happy belated. And then as the EFF, we are going to
Councillor Mokwena from the ANC.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greeting to the Executive Mayor, MMCs, Chair of Chair, Whip of Council,
Councillor Zita.
fellow councillors, community at large, and members in the Cllr. Speaker, I just wish to remind other people when they speak, they should not forget. One, when they were governing, they were importing people from Cape Town. Others, they should note, much as they are singing praises, let us remind them about the Dramarajot, that when somebody gave them money, also let us remind them, as this chamber, about Sevilla. And also, Speaker, let me
Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, just a point of clarity, if I may I proceed?
Yes, I've given you the opportunity.
Thanks. I didn't
On what point are you standing?
Well, I just need clarity. That's why I'm asking,
Okay.
Can I go ahead?
Okay.
I just need clarity. I didn't quite understand the drum, something that I just need clarity. What does it mean? I don't understand.
You know, it's not my place to respond, but I think he was talking about drum majorettes. Thank you, colleagues. You asked for clarity, so I suppose I could give clarity. Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker.
Councillor, just carry on where you stopped.
I'm sorry, Speaker.
Carry on where you stopped.
Okay. Thanks, Speaker. Can I carry on?
Where's your speech where you stopped? Please.
No, Speaker, I'm not going to respond.
Let's not cause drama.
No, I'm not there, Speaker. But let me say, you see, the current executive mayor and Neskim Sake, they've proven to say if there is a willpower, things can begin to change in the city of Joburg. And executive mayor, we congratulate you for the work that you are doing. It shows already we can go far. Even though, you say, Speaker, with the government of local unity, the reality it is told. And much as we are saying, this chamber is a political arena. So based on that, Speaker, let me know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's very late in the day. Councillor Mokoena, you are done. Executive Mayor Dada Morero, can we have your response?
Thank you, Speaker. We will not spend much time on the response. The reports as submitted do indicate that indeed there's work that is being done in different departments and entities in an attempt to try and improve the performance of the city. And of course, we do note the input by Councillor Mokoena referring to the 11 million during the tenure of the Democratic Alliance, and I think that's what he was referring to. And also to clarify, Councillor Apane, that indeed any officers that must be trained by the City of Johannesburg must go through a 12-month training program so that they are fully fledged officers who will implement bylaws and traffic management in the city. What you cooked in 2017 and 18 was half-baked at 4 months, and that is why in 2019, Mayor Makubu redirected them back to full training, because at that time, with the 4 months training, they could not even write and issue tickets because they were not properly trained, so something that you can't really write a book about and be proud of in this chamber. So we then retrained them and they were properly trained, and that is why they are now able to execute the work of the organization. So shortcuts do not work, whether at home or at work or in council. You must always ensure that you go a full cycle. I want to also comment that yes, indeed, council did approve not so long ago, in the last council meeting, a unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure reduction strategy, which was approved by this council in the last council meeting, and that strategy has duly been submitted to National Treasury, which has accepted that strategy to ensure that we are in line in terms of dealing with UIFWE. This morning we presented matters to be attended to by the disciplinary board, which is an indication that the performance of the disciplinary board is beginning to show that we are going somewhere. Similarly, the MPEG work is beginning to demonstrate that there's work that's being done. We are at the point where we believe that the performance is beginning to show and is beginning to demonstrate that the city is at work, despite some of the challenges that the city continues to face, but there's an indication that we're doing something. So with that being said, Madam Speaker, I've also noted all the comments, and therefore we do note the report, and thank you, Madam Speaker. Belated happy birthday to my person, Councillor Zita. Thank you.
Madam Executive Mayor, now you are going to cause Zita to make a noise. Member in charge, Councillor Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I ask Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everyone. Recommendations on pages 23.20 and 24.10 to 24.11. Are these all noted? Thank you. STC? We are almost done, councillors. STC?
Item 25 is a performance assessment report.
Just hold on. Point of order on me.
Never.
Okay.
No, I think we need to check quorum again. I think we might have lost quorum, I'm afraid.
We were 149. We know that 5 of the IFP has left. So we're 144. How many of you have left? 4. No. People walked in while it was being counted. No, colleagues, we were counting. 4 of you left. Councillor Belinda, 4 of you left. So it's 9 that left out of 148. How many do we have left? 5 of IFP and 4 of the DA.
And 2 of Action SA.
So we are 140. If they are outside, they are here.
They are not here.
Councillor Belinda, that you just did now, it's like I'm Bronte at home. Colleagues, okay, let's quickly count, but ask your colleagues to sit down. My child at home, you did that to me as if I'm her now. Can we ring the bell? And can we ring the bell for 2 minutes? We'll count. Executive Mayor, please be seated. Okay, you're going to call them. Thank you. You see, Councillor Jacobs and Councillor Safumba, we are going to be short of people, and you are the people that's outside. I told you, Councillor Belinda, they outside. I told you they didn't, Kyle. I told you I'm coming to you today. I told you.
I saw Councillor Mhlongo, Speaker.
Mina, I sit here, I don't represent a party currently. So if he's outside on his own ticket. We won't count him in. That's how it is. He's not here, he's not counted. He's the what? Councillor what? Councillor Mhlongo is what? Yeah, he's independent when he's there, because I can't speak on behalf of AIC. I'll call him now, Councillor Belinda. Ik heb niet genoeg, ik is moeg. Ik is moeg, ik heb niet genoeg nie. Check for me from somewhere. My calculation was spot on. We are 137. We are 137. None, 138, look at that. Can we carry on? Can we carry on, please, colleagues? Ons het nou genoeg getel. Next item, STC.
We're on item 25, which is the performance assessment report for the Public Safety Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. Read with item 26, which is the oversight report of the Section 79 Public Safety Committee on the 2025-26 third quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the period January to March 2026.
I know Councillor Makuba indicated that there's someone from Public Safety that will present. Can I get the person that was? Councillor Moeti.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Greetings to you, Speaker. Our Executive Mayor, Chair of Chairs, and all protocol observed. I stand to table item 25 and 26. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Z. May from the PA.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, the PA caucus, esteemed guests and fellow residents. We as the Patriotic Alliance notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor R. Pelser. Raadslid, dank u.
Baie dankie, mevrou die Speaker. Thank you, all protocols observed. The Public Safety Department achieved 23 out of 26 KPIs. That is 88% of KPIs. Now, if you are in school, this 88% would be wonderful. But this is not school, this is Johannesburg, and this is the Public Safety Department. 12% KPIs not achieved. JMPD focused on road traffic policing, aimed at promoting road safety, enforcing traffic regulations, and reducing road-related risks across Johannesburg. Officers conducted 2,945 roadside checkpoints, 1,858 DUI operations, and 71 roadblocks. This sounds impressive, but the glaring problem is that there is no speed prosecutions. How can JMPD function and carry out their mandate with a total lack of camera speed prosecution? A total lack. Then again, another glaring, recurring habit of a problem remains the over-expenditure on budget. The department spent a total of 1.8 billion rand against a budget of 1.754 billion, representing a 58 million rand overspending. How? If it's a recurring habit, surely this should be addressed at some stage. And then lastly, Madam Speaker, remember it is our time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Baie dankie. Councillor C. Rolson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen and amen. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, distinguished guests, and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 25, the Performance Assessment Report for the Public Safety Department for the 2025-2026 financial year for the period January to March 2026. Madam Speaker, the ACDP has raised its concerns pertaining to the Zama Zama crisis and is encouraged at the arrest of over 200 suspects at the Cllr mine, which is in the western area, as well as the 120 arrests in the Mahlakeng area. The ACDP extends its heartfelt condolences to the families of the 2 soldiers who died during one of these operations at the Central Rand Gold Mine, west of Johannesburg. The ACDP urges the Department of Public Safety to expand on these operations and to give special attention to the Rancho precinct where Zama Zamas are drilling and using explosives near the gas and fuel pipelines situated below and around the FNB Stadium. Madam Speaker, should just one of these gas pipelines be ruptured, a 300-meter radius can be incinerated due to one of these explosions, and the consequences to a full 94,000-seater FNB Stadium are too horrific to even imagine. Please, Department of Public Safety, this is urgent. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moatse of Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor, Fabulous 44, the residents of Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 25 and 26 as already tabled before this Council. Action SA notes this performance assessment report that comes with what seems to be a wave of data manipulation, inconsistent matrix, and a disconnect between reported numbers and public perception. These reports often rely heavily on lagging indicators like accurate historical crime rates or incident counts, yet they fail to reflect the root causes of risks or provide a complete picture of service delivery. Traditionally, performance assessment reports focus on what has already happened rather than utilizing proactive leading indicators that drive mitigation before a crisis occurs. Using aggregate statistics often hide shifts like offenses. For example, a drop in traditional volume crime frequently conceals a steep rise in localized traffic management challenges and in aggressive crimes like murder, house robberies, and armed robberies that are often driven by easy access to guns and drugs, let alone the freedom to drive around with stolen motor vehicles, vehicles driving on our roads without registration plates, or say vehicles that are unroadworthy, reckless and negligent driving, especially by taxi drivers, and the list is just endless. Lack of accountability has compromised the high standards that must be upheld by those that we have entrusted with the responsibility to provide the residents with safety, including on the roads. Misconducts in these departments are not taken serious, thus breeding unruly elements amongst those who do their best to uphold professional standards within these departments. Action SA calls upon those entrusted with the responsibility to produce desired performance results from these departments to be equal to the task put before them. And when they do so, they must do so without any fear or favor, but with precision and determination to make residents of Johannesburg proud, thus rebuilding trust. Mentioning figures such as 88% KPI achievement on the deliverables is far-fetched, especially at a time where there are issues pertaining speeding cameras, fleet that is forever grounded, let alone non-payment to those cameras. Losses of firearms, everyday reckless and negligent driving on our roads, everyday corruption at the licensing centers, strangers taking over the point of duty responsibilities as and when traffic lights are not working, and so forth. Speaker, honestly, this exaggerated 88% posed a disregard to both this council and to the residents of Johannesburg at large. Speaker, the City of Johannesburg municipality has never been this desperate to be under the stewardship of Action SA to come save it from sinking further. There is now a clarion call to have the President of Action SA, Herman Mashaba, taking over as the Mayor of Johannesburg based on the unmatchable track record and not based on the negative opinions that are always narrated by critics of note. His was tangible. Let us all do the right thing and vote for Action SA on the 4th of November 2026 during the local government elections. This is a clarion call and not a campaigning call. Speaker, Action SA notes this report with concerns. Thank you.
Councillor Maila from the Democratic Alliance.
Madam Speaker, Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the Honourable the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honourable the Whip of Council, Honourable Members of Council, the City Manager and your top management team, the people of Johannesburg, greetings and salutations. In the early hours of the morning of the 24th of June 2026, I received numerous calls from members of the Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Department who informed me that their patrol police vehicles that the city is leasing from AfriRand were grounded overnight because this government had once again failed to pay the service provider. Many of these police officers were busy patrolling our streets in execution of their crime prevention mandate to protect and serve the 6 million residents of the city when their vehicles were remotely switched off by AfriRand, leaving them stranded and vulnerable to possible criminal attacks in the dead of night. What was even more painful to me as a trained police officer is that some of these stranded police officers had to call their family members and other relatives to come and fetch them from their various areas of deployment, while members of this executive slept comfortably in their homes. Such is the government we have in the city of Johannesburg right now, a government that simply does not care. That's why both the MMC and the chairperson are not in the chamber right now. Just in case the people of Johannesburg have forgotten who is governing their city at the moment, let me remind them. The current coalition that is responsible for this gross abdication of responsibility comprises the following parties, among others. First is the African National Congress, the Economic Freedom Fighters, the Patriotic Alliance, the Ingata Freedom Party, which is also not in the chamber right now, the Al-Jamaa Party, the African Independent Congress, and 7 other insignificant political parties, with each representing just a mere 0.37% of the political parties in our esteemed council. I have, Madam Speaker, over the years, had the privilege of visiting and interacting with many different police forces on the continent and around the world. I have never come across a police force that runs on leased motor vehicles over which it has no control. But this ANC-led administration believes it is right to rent police vehicles from a private company that has the power to remotely switch off a police vehicle, regardless of the policing operation which that police vehicle is involved in at the time of its grounding. When the grounding happened, Madam Speaker, we were only 5 days away from threatened anti-migrant protest marches in the city on the 30th of June 2026, which were to be policed by the JMPD in support of the South African Police Service and other law enforcement agencies. I shudder to imagine how we would be able to protect the safety and security interests of the people of Johannesburg when we cannot even guarantee the availability of operational police vehicles. The Democratic Alliance notes the third quarter performance report of the Department of Public Safety for the 2025-2026 financial year with a great deal of disappointment. The department is hugely underfunded as we speak, and it is in the process of getting defunded. We still don't have a full-time HOD. The department is unable to recruit additional police officers to replace those that are leaving the system due to natural attrition and other reasons. Bylaw enforcement exists only on paper, as many of our pavements have literally become vehicle repair workshops, and liquor outlets and noise pollution are a persistent nuisance. The department has become one of the biggest contributors to the city's unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures, with hundreds of millions of rands wasted on perpetual overtime payments due to the inadequate numbers of police officers in JMPD. To add salt to the injury, the department has had a contract, as my colleagues have already mentioned, for speed law enforcement that lapsed on the 23rd of December last year. More than 7 months later, there is still no new contract in place to deter speedsters and to prevent road traffic collisions and fatalities as part of our traffic policing mandate in line with Section 64, capital E, A of the South African Police Service Amendment Act 83 of 1998. But there is hope on the horizon, Madam Speaker. Judging from our performance as a party
during the first voter registration activities last month, where the DA was present at almost 100% of all voting districts across the city, we are confident that the people of Johannesburg, particularly DA voters, will be ready to come out in their numbers on the 4th of November 2026 to overwhelmingly vote for the DA and elect Gogo Helen Zille as the next mayor of this great city that we so love very deeply. I thank you.
You had 0.1.2 seconds left. No, you are done. Not 0.00 seconds. Thank you so much. Councillor D. Mokwena of Action SA. Of EFF. Sorry. They don't have a Mokwena.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you, fellow councillors and the residents of Johannesburg. As the EFF, we know the reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Mokwena. Is Councillor Arne in the house? Thank you, Councillor Ne.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, all councillors in the gallery, residents in the gallery, residents of the city of Joburg. I greet you with the universal greeting of peace be upon you. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to stand here and politic and campaign. It seems like today's council, there's a lot of campaigning going on, but we are entering the silly season. I want to talk on public safety, Madam Speaker. The most important department in the city of Joburg is public safety. Currently, a lot of our challenges that we are facing all comes down to the lack of law and order in the city. And I want to take this opportunity to compliment our executive mayor, who has taken upon himself to bring back law and order in the inner city. And Mr. Mayor, do not stop there. We are encouraging you to come to our wards. I know you've been in my ward, but I would love you to come back and do what you are doing in the city, and let me send us a clear message to all residents of the city of Joburg that we need to obey the laws that we live under. Lawlessness in the city has led to many issues and challenges in the city. The little things like cable theft, which we consider labor a little, but cost the city millions and millions of rands, the hijacking of buildings, the car washer on the street who destroys a tap just to ascertain some water, the illegal operation of workshops on the pavements. All of this leads to the degradation of the city. And if we bring the city under law and order, everything else will fall in place. Madam Speaker, we know we've been through the March on March issues and the protests that have gone on. Lots of councillors didn't even experience this, but some of us councillors do have a large number of foreign nationals in our ward, so we were at the front of the fight. Sadly, I want to say that our MMC for public safety is not in the house. I wish he was here, because I want to appeal to him to lead the city when it comes to public safety. It is not the responsibility of the executive mayor. It's basically his, and he's got to take this and run with it. We got to bring back law and order in the city. And when we are being led by organizations and we're reacting to organizations like March to March, then we are not leading the city. Madam Speaker, we should lead. We are elected to lead. So let JMPD and the public safety departments continue doing the work. Do not wait to be reactive, but let's be proactive in bringing the issues of illegal immigration, illegal buildings, and all the illegality in the city. We need to bring it under control. With that said, Madam Speaker, I know people are tired or moch. I want to say the ANC accepts this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ne. MMC Makafula.
Thank you again, Speaker, and greetings to yourself again. With the contributions that have been made by the fellow councillors, we will relay the messages to MMC Goma. With that being said, MMC, on behalf of on behalf of MMC Goma, we ask the council to note the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Makafula. The acting chair of the committee.
Speaker, we welcome all the comments and would like the council to note the report.
Thank you so much, Acting Member in Charge. Councillors, the recommendations on pages 25.20 and 26.4 are the items agreed to. Secretary to Council.
Item 27 is a performance assessment report for the Transport Department for 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, read with item 28. That's the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Road Agency for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, also read with item 29, which is the performance assessment report for Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, also read with item 30. That is the performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Tech Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, read also with item 31, which is the oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the third quarter performance assessment report of Transport Department, Metrobus, Johannesburg, Roads Agency, and Metropolitan Tech Company for the period January to March 2026. Also read with item 32, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Roads Agency for the 2025-26 financial year for the period October to December 2025. And lastly read with item 33, which is then the oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the second quarter performance assessment report of the Johannesburg Road Agency for period October to December 2025.
Councillor Olsen.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor Olsen. Member in Charge, Councillor Ndlela. Apologies. Councillor Rolson, take your seat and switch off your mic, please. Thank you, Councillor Ndlela. Apologies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to you, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I rise to table item 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33 as read by the Secretary to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rolson.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker, and greetings to you and all protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I rise on the performance assessment report of items 28 and 29. Madam Speaker, the JRA projects are being halted due to contractual payment agreements not being met. Madam Speaker, 30% of contracts are currently being paid, and these have at times dwindled even down to as low as just over 20%. This is due to insufficient funds being received by the city. Metrobus is facing a similar crisis where monies that are owed to Metrobus by the Department of Finance are paid up to 6 weeks late, and at times only a portion of these required amounts are paid. These late payments are causing Metrobus to have to cut down on parts of their operations. The ACDP
Councillor, you have 20 seconds.
The ACDP urges for more effective collaboration on part of the Department of Finance with the departments because
you had 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, may I respond?
You had 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Mkonza would like to give me his 1.5 minutes with your permission.
But you should have told us that before.
My apologies, I should have mentioned it. I do apologize.
You can carry on.
Thank you,
Who's
Madam.
saying sit down? Councillor Stephen? No. No. Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Appreciated, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The ACDP urges for more effective collaboration on part of the Department of Finance with these departments, because at the end of the day, it is not only these departments that suffer, but also the residents of Johannesburg. Our residents deserve better. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor R. Benjamin, is she in the House? Yes, Councillor.
Good day, Madam Speaker. Thank you. All protocol observed. When our residents leave their homes in the morning, they do not care about our quarterly reports, our performance indicators, or our mitigating plans. They care about whether the pothole that has been standing outside their yard has been fixed or not. Some reported years ago, some reported months ago. They care whether the stormwater infrastructure works when it rains. And increasingly across Johannesburg, the answer to these questions is no. Madam Speaker, the roads are not simply strips of tar connecting one place to another. They are the arteries of Johannesburg's economy. They connect people to jobs, businesses to customers, and investors to opportunities. A city that cannot maintain its roads cannot credibly say that it is open for business. When investors see deteriorating roads, failing infrastructure, and neglected public spaces, they do not see opportunities, they see risk. This is why road maintenance is not merely a service delivery issue. It is an economical imperative. The report before us states that JRA received 72% of its performance target during the third quarter. Yet residents continue to navigate potholes, collapsing bridges, and failing stormwater systems and non-working robots. Madam Speaker, oversight can only work when those responsible are willing to be held accountable. Again, MMC Kuneni is not in the House. This follows the pattern of him missing Section 79 transport meetings month after month. He chooses rather to send a representative from his office to take notes. Our resident demands answers. All we get is his empty chair. The message to our residents is very clear. Your prolonged traffic trips and your vehicle damage does not matter. It is time to stop grandstanding by slapping hashtags on programs on what is JRA's core function of repair and maintenance and calling it the MMC's program. Deciding on roads to be fixed without consulting the ward councillors. Yesterday at an event, I had a resident ask me, why the fanfare? Why aren't they just not fixing the roads? This is all unnecessary. The reality is that the entity responsible for maintaining one of Johannesburg's most important economic assets is under severe financial strain, while infrastructure backlogs continue to grow. The frustration of the residents is not that infrastructure occasionally fails. They know infrastructure ages, storm happens, and emergency occurs. The frustration is that preventative maintenance has been replaced by crisis management. The DA believes infrastructure maintenance is an investment, not an expense. That is why we support preventative maintenance, ring-fence maintenance budgets, accountability, and transparent reporting. Because good government is not measured by how quickly it responds to a crisis, it is measured by how effectively it prevents a crisis from happening. The MMC responsible for this oversight is absent. Maybe we should stop reporting and just tell them that Gogazilla is coming. Because at this point, Madam Speaker, the potholes are showing up more constantly than the MMC of transport. I thank you.
Raadslid Boer.
Goedemiddag, mevrouw die speaker. Terwijl hierdie raad nou so ywerig is om Afrikaans te leer vandag, die Afrikaanse woord vir gogo is goga. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on item 28, the quarterly report for JRA. On paper, this report looks pretty well, and I think this department is trying their best with limited financial resources. Again, we see financial constraint. The suppliers that were paid within 30 days was only 22% in March 2026 instead of the needed 100%. But when we read through this report, it looks all great on paper. It says on page 3, the mission, we commit to provide quality roads that are accessible, safe, and livable for our communities. Madam Speaker, this is not what our communities are seeing. The report also said that traffic signals, 84.77% of technical faults repaired within 24 hours. And I don't know what is the definition of technical faults, but ask the residents in Region C, especially Hendrik Potgieter Road, Voortrekker Road, on Deckers Road, most of those robots are working for 1 day and then for 3 weeks, a month, 2 months, they are just not working. Or they are fixed 1 day and the next day they are broken again. I don't know if that is part of technical faults. But, Madam Speaker, although the report is great and it says KPA achieves 72%, our residents are suffering. Our roads are in desperate need of repair. The potholes are just getting more and more. The traffic lights not working are getting more and more. We are really in a critical situation. When we do inquiries, they say, no, but the Potgieter Road is a provincial road. It has to be done by province, but province doesn't pay JRA, so JRA is not maintaining the signals. But what is strange, when you get onto Hendrik Potgieter Road into Mogadi City, all the robots are working all the time. So I don't know where is the problem there. Madam Speaker, we need our residents deserve much better. We are losing cars, we are losing tires. Residents are involved in accidents, and while it is winter time, we need to speed up the maintenance of our roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see we have Councillor K. Pitso on the speakers list, and he's no longer with us. Councillor Simonse, who's speaking, or are you passing it?
It was an error, Madam Speaker. We have no speakers on this one. Thank you.
Councillor B. Ntlemeza from Action SA.
Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to the Fabulous 44. Greetings to the community that are in the Cllr and everyone who's watching at home. For me, I feel I don't want to waste my time about this report, because seemingly the MMC is not taking us serious because he never attended any meeting. So the community members are looking for the answers, of which we don't have. He's the one who should guide us as the leader. And this thing to me is a serious concern to the executive mayor, if weather is the way that is measuring the performance of his executive. The reason I'm saying that, if we can talk about Vasco, Vasco was promised that it will be fixed. Even today, there's no sign that it will be fixed. Alexandra, there's nothing that is right for them, because everything is taken somewhere. I'm talking about the resources, and it gives me the question, what is the criteria that is used to make sure that the place, it needs an attention to be fixed? So we take this report with the serious, we know this report with the serious concerns, and sorry. In closing, Ogusotolophu Mnumzana Hemen Mashaba, singabahlali base-Gauteng sibeka amathemba ethu okugqibela kuwe. Asifuni ngomso ukubuzwa sisizukulwana sethu ukuba senze ntoni isixeko sase-Gauteng sichabalele emehlweni ethu. Kodwa ke sizothi thina singama-Council Action SA siqhubeke ngoba sinethemba lethu nguwe, siyayazi ukuthi xa ukhona ubuya njengomeya yonke into izoba right. Bantu base-Alexandra, Phumla Mqashi, Orange Farm, ngoku lixesha lokuba izikrelemnqa zizondwendwela ezindlini zenu, zizonixelela ulwimi etywaleni, koko ningazivumi. Timing kwelo khitshi, inyama ngaphansi umngqusho ngaphezulu. I thank you.
Councillor J. Peterson from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the third quarter performance report for MTC. Really, this one, I'm going to speak about accountability, action, and the path forward for MTC. On one hand, we see an organization capable of high-level performance, evidenced by 85% execution of the risk management implementation plan and full alignment with the King IV Code of Corporate Governance. On the other hand, we see severely dragged down by systemic and unacceptable legislative failures. Let's not sugarcoat the reality. We have fallen short of the very laws designed to protect public funds. So, from the report, ma'am, I'm going to say that on page 128, this report highlights a direct breach of the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA, number 56 of 2003, specifically relating to the overspending of our approved operational budget. Under the MFMA, the consequence of unauthorized spending, overspending, is not just an accounting adjustment. It is a severe statutory violation that exposes this entity to unauthorized expenditure, reporting potential funding withdrawals by the Treasury and strict disciplinary processes for financial misconduct. Furthermore, we submit our reports late. Q2 performance report was completely missed the timeline for our mid-year budget and performance assessment report. This also violates the Systems Act 32 of 2000 of the MFMA and the MFMA. The consequence of failing to submit these reports is severe. It strips away public transparency, compromises council oversight, and can result in the Auditor General issuing a degraded audit outcome for material non-compliance. Also on page 162 and 182 of the report, we see ongoing failure to settle the supplier invoices. This directly breaches section 65(2) of the MFMA. The consequences here are devastating to our economy. We choke the cash flow of small businesses, we invite litigation, incur avoidable interest expenses, and completely destroy MTC's market reputation. Worse still, the Auditor General and internal audit flagged massive internal control failures, including an incomplete asset register, misstated financial statements, and a shocking failure to disclose awards made to close family members. These seriously need to be addressed. And then the age-old problem that we experience there, resolving the shareholder loan. This is our critical target, but perhaps the most glaring financial wound in this entire report can be found on page 68. During this quarter alone, MTC incurred a staggering 59,639,000 in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Why? Because of heavy interest charges bleeding out from the shareholders' loan. Let me be absolutely clear about what that means. Under the MFMA, allowing fruitless and wasteful expenditure to mount without aggressive intervention is a breach of fiduciary duty. The consequence is clear. It diverts multi-millions of rands away from the operational delivery and infrastructure and directly impacts our liquidity, forcing us into a state of severe dependency on the parent city. I trust that we will address these issues as we go along. The DA will do all that it can to bring this department back to where it belongs. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Komane from the EFF.
Speaker, ba re madume ga fele o boletse minashoro wa bogologolo a re bošigo ke tau bo re go sa re hlolane. Hey, I get clear, Fanant, Speaker, that Afrika's word van Gogo is Goga. Kaspedi ke Gogo. Goga. Sebelele di sala khota. As I greet you again, the report before us as economic freedom fighters We welcome the report and the mitigatory measures undertaken to address some of the challenges that have negatively impacted the project implementation. We note with satisfaction that interventions aimed at addressing vandalism and so at the Soweto Highway and N1 Western Bypass on ramp, as well as at Florida and Main Road in Roodepoort. We further acknowledge the efforts to resolve work disruptions caused by the SMMEs, which have resulted in project delays and stoppages, as well as measures introduced to address contractor performance challenges arising from financial constraints. Madam Speaker, it is our sincere hope that these interventions will yield desired outcomes and contribute towards preventing similar challenges from occurring in future. Effective project management, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and strengthened contractor oversight remain critical to ensuring the successful delivery of infrastructure projects and the efficient use of public resources. We also commend the Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Service for achieving 1.7 million fatality-free kilometers, representing an improvement of more than 100,000 kilometers compared to the same period last year. This is indeed significant achievement, particularly against the backdrop of the ongoing loss of lives on South African roads and the fatalities often associated with public transport. While there is still much work to be done to improve road safety and public transport operations, these achievements demonstrate that progress is being made and that measures being implemented are yielding positive results. It is certainly a step in the right direction. With these remarks, Madam Speaker, the EFF notes the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor J. Margaret from the African National Congress.
Greetings, Speaker. As the ANC, we are noting the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. MMC Mgina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings once more. We note the submissions with respect. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Mgina. Member in charge, Councillor Ndlela.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I will request Council to note the reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, the recommendations are on pages 27.2, 28.12, 29.5, 30.4, 31.24 to 31.25. Are these agreed to? Thank you so much. STC.
We're now on item 34, and that is the performance assessment report for the City of Johannesburg Legislature Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, read with item 35. That's the oversight report of OCOL on the 2025-26 third quarter budget performance.
Councillors, there's also recommendations on 32.11 and 33.9 for those reports. Are these items agreed to? Thank you.
Right, once again, it's item 34, which is the performance assessment report for the City of Johannesburg Legislature Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026. Read with item 35, which is the oversight report of OCOL on the 2025-26 third quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Legislature of the City of Johannesburg for the period January to March 2026. Also read with item 36, and that's the performance assessment report for the Office of the Ombudsman for 2025-26 financial year for the period January to March 2026, and also lastly read with item 37, which is an oversight report of the OCOL on the 2025-26 third quarter performance report of the City of Johannesburg Office of the Ombudsman for the period January to March 2026.
A representative from OCOL. It's Councillor Mosetla.
Baloy.
Oh, Baloy.
Yes.
Sorry.
Greetings to the caucus leader of the 29th Battalion. Greetings to the Chief Whip in absentia. Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor in absentia. And greetings to all the Executive Committee members, especially those who are sitting in an African table. Greetings to our guest. I rise to table the oversight reports of the Section 79 Oversight Committee on the Legislature on the 25th, 26th, third quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Legislature and the Office of Ombudsman for the period January to March 2026. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Raadslid P. Smith, Vryheidsfront Plus.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Smith is absent. We note the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Mkonza, ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ACDP caucus welcomes the overall third quarter performance of 71%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonza. Action SA, Councillor Sawai. Is the councillor still here?
I'm here.
Your clock is starting to tick.
Thank you so much. Greetings once more, Speaker, our guests in the gallery and the residents of the city, fellow councillors and our fabulous 44. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on the performance assessment report for the Office of the Ombudsman, and allow me to give you a short story as I beg for your indulgence. On the 19th of May 2022, yes, 19th of May 2022, one of the residents lodged a complaint with the Office of the Ombudsman, and can you guess what was the complaint about? Can you guess, Madam Speaker? And
I can't respond to you.
And it took 3 years to resolve this complaint. The complaint was about an undue delay in replacing a stormwater drain cover. Let me repeat this because I know Mayor Mashaba is listening and watching. It took the Office of the Ombudsman 3 years to resolve a complaint regarding a replacement of a missing stormwater drain cover. 3 years. Do you know what does that mean, Madam Speaker? For 3 years, kids survived falling into a manhole. When I read this, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Madam Speaker, do you know what is a stormwater drain cover? Does it come from overseas? Is it a make of a special design? These days, they even make it out of plastics. I'm painting the picture of the office that should be the last instance in resolving complaints. If they took such a long time to replace a mere stormwater lead, how long will they take to attend to a billing crisis and evaluation in the city? On top of that, now we must approve 71% overall performance of the office. Speaker, governance and accountability are the hallmarks of a well-functioning city. In the absence of these, surely strong consequence management must be implemented before it fails. Hence today, we have a political party called Action SA. Hence today, we've got a highly ethical mayor in Tshwane. Residents of Johannesburg are saying they can't wait for the 4th of November, where they will usher in their new mayor, the real Mr. Fix-It, Hemel Mashaba. Because under Action SA, the office of the ombudsman will never ever take 3 years to replace a storm water drain cover. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor C. Avant Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, and all the residents of Johannesburg. Today, we are asked to consider yet another quarterly performance report from the legislature, but reports, percentages, and compliance tables mean very little to the ordinary resident who sits in darkness, who drives through potholes, who waits for months for billing corrections, or who no longer bothers attending ward meetings because they have lost faith that anyone is listening. The real question before us is this: is the legislature fulfilling its constitutional responsibility to represent the people, exercise oversight, and hold the executive accountable? The answer, regrettably, is no. The legislature itself admits that citizen participation has collapsed. Only 48,997 residents participated against a target of 180,000, a mere 27% achievement. Ward committees managed only 142 meetings against a target of 405, achieving a dismal 36%. There remains 59 vacancies in ward committees. While coordination failures and cancelled Section 79 meetings due to late or no reports being submitted, lack of quorum, or the lack of chairperson commitment continue to undermine grassroots democracy. But these are not just numbers. These figures tell us that Johannesburg residents are becoming disconnected from their own government. People are not apathetic because they do not care. They don't engage because they are exhausted. They are exhausted by burst pipes that remain unrepaired for months. They are exhausted by endless billing disputes, aggravated by a mainly disengaged, poorly led administration. They are exhausted by traffic lights that do not work, roads that crumble beneath their vehicles, refuse that is not collected, and by promises that never materialize. The report itself recognizes that severe service delivery failures are creating citizens who no longer feel enthusiasm for participating nor trust the governance of this potentially great city. And who can blame them? The petition system, which should be one of the most direct mechanisms for residents to seek relief, now has 1,780 petitions remaining open, with only 11 closed during the quarter. Worse still, there appears to be no credible plan to deal with this growing backlog. But what message does this send to residents? It tells them that even when they follow the rules, submit petitions, attend meetings, and engage through official channels, their voices disappear into a bureaucratic black hole. Financial management paints an equally troubling picture. The legislature spent only 63% of its operational budget against expectations and recorded 0% of capital expenditure. Invoice payments within 30 days declined dramatically from 95% to only 67%. This matters because when municipalities do not pay suppliers on time, small business suffers. Contractors stop delivering services. Emerging entrepreneurs are denied cash flow. Jobs are lost. Economic growth stalls. The report also shows that only 69% of risk action plans were implemented, while councillor compliance with the Code of Conduct remains at just 89%. Oversight without consequences is not oversight. Governance without accountability is not governance. And participation without outcomes is simply theatre. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance believes that residents deserve better. We know this because where the DA governs, people experience something fundamentally different. They experience governments that understand that municipalities exist to serve residents, not political factions. In DA-led administrations, budgets are spent on infrastructure rather than left idle. Public participation is treated as a partnership, not a box-ticking exercise. Officials are held accountable for performance and consequence management is implemented. Backlogs are actively reduced rather than merely reported. Residents have confidence that when they log a complaint, submit a petition or raise an issue with their councillor, action follows. The DA's approach is straightforward. First, we professionalize the administration. Appointments must be made on skill and competence, not cadre deployment. Second, we insist on transparent and measurable performance targets. Third, we enforce consequence management. If officials fail residents repeatedly, there may be repercussions. Fourth, we invest in infrastructure maintenance because preventing failure is always cheaper than responding to collapse. And finally, when we place residents at the center of local government, a municipality succeeds when a grandmother receives an accurate water bill. It succeeds when a young entrepreneur can depend on functioning roads and reliable electricity. It succeeds when communities believe that attending a ward meeting is worthwhile because their concerns lead to visible improvements. Johannesburg should be the economic power hub of Africa. Instead, under unstable conditions, political expedience, power grabs, and weak oversight, it has fast become a city defined by declining, poorly coordinated service delivery, growing frustration, and diminishing
Councillor, it's not me.
Sorry. And diminishing public trust. It's a bit disconcerting when the mayor walks out in the middle of your speech. Residents do not... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that the residents... You want to go home while the residents are sitting here. And residents do not want excuses. They do not want another quarter of missed targets. They do not want reports that try and justify failure. They want a government that works. And the Democratic Alliance offers precisely that alternative. An alternative built on clean governance, an alternative built on accountability, and an alternative built on delivery. Johannesburg can work, but it requires leadership that puts residents first, governs with integrity, and understands that oversight is not about producing reports, it's about producing results. We note this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baloy, EFF.
Is this the last one?
No, we've got one short one.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I greet again those who have not greeted. I would like to greet the Chief Whip of the Council, Chair of Chairs, the City Manager in his absentia. I rise on item number 35, 36, 37. As economic freedom fighters, we note item number 34. And item number 35, it's an item which has got a lot of poor performance. And that poor performance affects the community. I would like us to look at that and see the numbers of the target that were targeted and what was achieved from 180,000 to 48,999. You look at the difference there. But I understand because there's certain councillors that cannot go to the wards that have voted them because of security. I don't know when we raise hand to say that I'm available. We didn't know that there will be certain places where it's going to be difficult to reach. Our people are suffering in Alexander because certain councillors cannot reach there. That cannot be excused. Let's go out there and service our people and start complaining for something that is not there. What committees? I don't know how we're going to have watch committees when we cannot reach places like Alexander. Without what committees, there will never be a service delivery. Let us also pull our socks and look at that. We thank you. We note this item when the above concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baloyi. The ANC, Councillor Moeti.
Ke tla rata ho dumedisa wena sebui sa rona mme Arnolds, ke dumedise majoro wa rona e leng Tate Morero le mahlahana a hae, ke dumedise modula setulo wa ditulo e leng Tate Marema, ke dumedise motsoka sephadi wa rona e leng Tate Kazamula. Re le mokgatlo wa ANC re tla rata ho ananela ditokomane tsena tse latelang: 34, 35, 37. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Moeti. Chair of Chairs.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me write on the protocol already established. I want to say, I didn't really want to comment, Speaker, because the proof is in the pudding. But suffice to say that the responsibility of the legislature does not only lie on the troika of legislature. It's 50% troika of the legislature, which is the Speaker, the Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip. But the other 50% lies on the very councillors who stood up and speak. Lest we forget. I would want council to note the report. With all concerns noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Councillor Baloyi, can you close for us as the acting chair?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I stand here to ask the Council, the Department for the 2025-26 financial year be noted and recommended to the Council for approval. Item number 35 on page 8, that the Council approves the 2025-26 third quarter budget and performance assessment of the legislature for the period 1st of January 2026 to 31st of March 2026. Item number 36 on page 5, that the third quarter performance report of the Office of the Ombudsman for the 2025-26 financial year be noted. I'm disturbed a little bit. but nevertheless. And item 37, and on page 7.
You have 50 seconds.
That the Council approve the 2025-26 third quarter performance report of the City of Johannesburg Office of Ombudsman for the period January to March 2026, noting the observation cited on the body of this oversight report. I thank you. Salute.
Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, recommendations are as follows: 34.12, 35.8, 36.5, and 37.7. Are these items agreed to? Thank you. STC.
Item 38 is a report, item 38 is a third quarter report on the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for the period of January to March 2026.
Thank you, STC. Member in charge, Councillor T. Mabuke.
Madam Speaker, ne dorobo wa Johannesburg na mtusi wawe na komiti yote inaishuma naye chimebi cha koro ya Johannesburg na mranga panda wa zikomiti zote za Johannesburg bashumisani nane bashumi bambuso wa Johannesburg Municipality badzula pobote ba Johannesburg ndi madekwana. Madam Speaker, ndo imahafano ni namusisa mranga panda wa komiti ya dzimbilahelo dza badzulapo ba Johannesburg ndichikodisa mubigo wa kushumele kwa komiti ya dzimbilahelo kaubva ka chifhinga cha mwezi wa phando uswika Ṱhafamuhwe 2026. Kacha chifhinga chine choambiwa komiti yo tanganedza dzimbilahelo dzinosvika furaru thihi ya kona u shumana na dzine dza swika furaru fhedziha yo kona u fheleledza nga u vala dzimbilahelo dzine dzi swika 17. Madam Speaker, the item is for noting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabuke. Action SA, Councillor M. Rakosa.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the Speaker, fellow councillors, members of media, guests in the gallery, residents of Johannesburg, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 38, third quarter report on the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for the period January to March 2026. And I must say from the outset, this report exposes a system that is failing petitioners. As Action SA, our commitment is clear. That is to fix the city and restore service delivery through clear governance and community-centered solutions. Madam Speaker, the Petition Standing Committee has done its part under difficult conditions, but the same cannot be said for the broader administration and executive structures of the city. In this quarter, the committee met only once, and the number of petitions closed in the quarter is not a success story, but a warning light. Residents turn to petitions when departments fail them. If the petition system itself is overwhelmed, the council is failing residents twice. The report explicitly lists persistence problems as such. The 30-day turnaround rule that is being ignored by departments, unsigned petitions closure forms, failure to attend meetings by officials. Speaker, these are acts of disregard for council oversight, not administrative oversight. What message does it send to residents when departments feel no agency to respond to their petitions? Even more concerning, Council is told that no reports were received from Executive Mayor's Office, Speaker's Office, Chief Whip's Office, and Finance. How do we demand accountability from the line departments when political offices do not account? We continue to see petitions about roads and traffic safety, illegal land use, and unregulated businesses, informal settlement, and housing delays. These are not new issues. They are systematic failure that the Council has been discussing for years. Petitions are no longer exceptions. They are becoming a norm. The report notes the reports note the commitment by Speaker to assist with the specific projects to reduce the backlog of petitions. Madam Speaker, commitments without timelines are not solutions. They are deferral. As Action SA, we demand clear timeframes, clear responsibility, and clear consequences for non-compliance. If this Council is serious about being responsive, then petitions must be treated as agent service delivery alarms, not paperwork. Until departments are compelled to respond on time, until political offices lead by example, until backlogs are decisively addressed, this report will repeat itself quarter after quarter, and that will be a failure of oversight and a failure of leadership. Action SA. Action SA is dedicated to creating an ethical, capable, and responsive city where residents get the service delivery they deserve. We note this report with those.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Molife from the EFF, are you here?
Greetings, Speaker, greeting fellow councillors and the guests in the gallery and the community at large. As the EFF, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rakosa, can you switch off your mic, please? Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Z. Nyembe from the ANC. Or Councillor Mpefu, DA. Apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. I wouldn't be surprised to become one of those. They don't wish to listen to me. That's why they even threaten me in petitions, and nothing is even being done about that. Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the DA caucus leader, our deputy and chief whip of the Democratic Alliance, DA colleagues, the MMCs and chairpersons, members in charge in waiting, who the residents are waiting for. Speaker, I rise to speak on the last and least item on this agenda, and I say least because this is once again, this is the committee that is most ignored, neglected, the committee that provides evidence to lack of service delivery in the city of Johannesburg and the frustrations of the residents of the city. Speak on item 38, the third quarter report on the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for the period January to March 2026. Speaker, Petitions Section 79 Oversight Committee definitely is not exercising the powers and responsibilities afforded and given to it according to the Municipal Structures Act of 1998. For one, Speaker, there is no separation of powers. The entity, the officials of different entities, the petitions unit, the chairperson, everyone that attends this committee, Speaker, seems to just be one unit. There is no distinction in the responsibilities and the roles, and hence there is no proper oversight that is conducted in this committee. Two, the fight of submission of reports still continues. If the reports are not submitted on time, they are not submitted at all. When they are submitted, these reports, they are removed from the progress report without any resolve, no accountability from the committee unit, the officials in the different entities, no action or mention from the assistant director or the chairperson of the committee. Number two, the backlog we started with, Speaker, is not moving. Instead, it's getting wider and it's getting bigger. For example, the other colleague that spoke before me mentioned that in the period of January to March, in this quarter report, we only had just one committee meeting in 3 months. And how do we expect really to have this backlog realistically, dealt with? Another point, Speaker, is that the people, we have people who are not fit for purpose, cadres appointed in high positions, and this is very frustrating to those qualified, experienced, and capable. And when we try to do our work, Speaker, we are threatened. Speaker, some of us, we take our work serious. We plan for these Section 79 committee meetings. We read our reports. We write our own emails. We interrogate these reports. We ask relevant questions. And we try to hold those responsible accountable, just as any councillor should. But it seems like it's only just the DA way. I mean, you listen to people making their speeches, people not sticking to their items, just picking on their colleagues and rather gunning for their colleagues and making jokes all the time. Speaker, I have mentioned this before, and when I speak about the reports that are missing, I also spoke about Helen Joseph Hostel and the issues around Helen Joseph Hostel, an employee who was there, who was asked to come to the committee to account as Zanele that just disappeared, 27 million that just also disappeared, and this report seems to also have disappeared. Even MMC Masuku admitted in this council that yes, it is a hot potato, and every MMC that actually said they would assist with these issues, it seems to just have disappeared. No one is doing anything about any of these things. Speaker, we work under really difficult circumstances, and there are other colleagues who are not really pulling their weight. They make all of us look bad because we all representatives, councillors in the city of Joburg, and they make us all look bad. And I've also asked for your assistance as well in this committee, and we've also reported as well when I was threatened, and nothing has ever been said about it, no follow-ups. So it means some of us, when we do read our reports and try to do what is right and point out the right things, we are threatened and nothing is being done about it, so it means that we can't really do our work. Speaker, we do note this report, but we are sounding like broken records. There's nothing that I've said now that I have not said before, and hence, as the Democratic Alliance, we are looking forward to 4 November when the residents will be voting for the Democratic Alliance, so we can have Helen Zille and our colleagues here assist us, and assist the residents of the city of Johannesburg. We have other people who are here, delusional, people who don't even have wards. They have not even shown the residents how to manage a ward, but yet they wish to manage a city. Others been here 30 years, they don't even have clean audits, and this is why every resident out there should vote for a party that has experience, a party that produced clean audits, and then a party that cares about them. And we look forward to having Helen Zille so we can change the city and give hope to the residents. 50 seconds. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Nyembe. Councillor Nyembe from the ANC.
Thank you
there at
very
the back.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the councillors in the House, all protocol observed. Speaker, in this item, we are speaking about the oversight, where we went out and do oversight. Whether it's hot or it's cold, we go out and do oversight. And here in this chamber, we have our slay queens who will come and ambush everything without thinking. They don't even know where we are. We are not talking about how the petition committee works and stuff, and the city officials, what are they doing? Here we are talking about the oversight. We would like the council to approve the oversight reports. Oversight reports to be approved in this chamber.
Councillors,
not everyone coming here to say,
Councillor,
the
can you just
officials
hold
this
on?
and that.
Councillors, we're trying to listen. Thank you. Councillor Maila.
Yeah, no, Madam Speaker. I'm a man.
Councillors, please.
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker. I am a man, and I wouldn't mind being given a list of the slay queens so that I know.
No, Councillor Belinda, that's not a point of order. He says he's a man and he wants the list of slay queens. What is that? No, that's unparliamentary. Thank you so much. Councillor, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Speaker of Council. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Speaker. I was about to say thank you very much, Speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor. Councillor Belinda. Hold on, Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, I don't recall there being any slay queens in this house. Can you please ask her to withdraw?
We are one of them.
Please ask her to withdraw, or she must point us out to them.
Slay queen.
Councillor Belinda, you're asking her to withdraw, and I'm not being funny. We can ask her to do that. But your own councillor, no, can you listen to me? I listen to you. Your own councillor makes a statement in council. I am a man. I would want to have a list of the slay queens. What does that say? No, I'm not taking you again. Councillor, can you withdraw slay queen? Can you withdraw slay queens?
I unconditionally.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. She has finished her speech. And you see the councillor is laughing at saying he wants the list of slay queens.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As ANC, we would like the council to note the reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Mgina, can you respond to the report? The executive mayor has walked out. He's in a meeting.
Yeah, no, he just left for a meeting. No, thank you very much, Speaker, and let me also note the submissions. I will also note the submission, the latter submission by the ANC as well. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mgina. Member in charge, Councillor Mabuke.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Allow me to thank members of the committee, those that are working hard always when we call the meetings and oversight meetings, and also the officials from the petition committee, those that are working hard when we demand reports, they are able to provide the committee with the reports. In petition committee, Madam Speaker, we are cruising very well. We are coming. With those words, I do request the council to note the report. The report is for.
Thank you, Councillor Mabuke. Colleagues, the report is for information. Is it noted?
We now on announcements and closure.
Colleagues, there are no announcements. We know that I don't know what that is. I can't read from here. Do you want to tell me what it is? Councillors, there are no announcements. We are just saying that council would be next month. But I would also, after what was said here, also ask councillors, and I'm pleading to all councillors and whips, ensure that your councillors are in the meetings. We have changed it to online, and I know I get into some of the online meetings and we don't have councillors there, and thus the councillors have to postpone these meetings. Thank you very much for your attendance today. The meeting is adjourned. We have done all the work for this month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Asbong, Sure.